I am sorry for starting at this time. I actually I was on track to starting like later, but within the usual hour. And turns out that my grocery store, or my usual grocery store, was down for one reason or another. They like didn't their debit and credit weren't working. Oh dear. Oh crap. Sorry. I had a boo boo with my phone. Sorry, just give me a second here. Okay, I think we're good. But yeah, so again, there's any number of excuses, and I do feel a bit bad that I'm always setting up with apologies like this. But until I get them fixed, I, at the very least, feel I should. Oh God. So indie developers are now spamming my Steam comments to sell their game. Cool. All right. But yeah, so anyways, now I'm in a mood. um, but we're here for Tyranny, and I think I've gotten slightly better at the combat. So before, I think I just built up the characters in a way that they were able to overcome most of the challenges that they encountered. Now I'm doing a little bit more in terms of looking at the statuses. I'm not changing the way my group is set up all that much, but at the very least, some of the more challenging encounters are being they're being resolved in one attempt. I've also been reading a little bit more about some of the various. One, I've been reading up a little bit more in terms of some of the inspirations for Tyranny, sort of the old Infinity Engine style games. I am a little curious in terms of. So I know there was Baldur's Gate, which was the big one. Not BioWare's first game, but definitely the big one that they're, I think is kind of the moment that they became the company that had the reputation that it did. So I believe out of the games that they did of that style, there were the two Baldur's Gates, and then I believe they did Neverwinter Nights. And I think Neverwinter Nights, so I don't even know if I've ever played it, but what I've heard about it is that much like the many RPGs, I'm particularly thinking of the Elder Scrolls, but it's definitely not limited to Elder Scrolls. But I believe it's been a big wish for a lot of game developers to capture the really capture the feeling of playing a tabletop RPG. In fact, one of the things that is so interesting about Soren Johnson's podcast, Designer Notes, is just how often you will see game developers mention tabletop experiences like Dungeons and Dragons as the thing that got them into game design. It's not necessarily that, they didn't play video games or that, but the thing that really it's interesting how often Dungeons and Dragons in particular comes up in terms of being an inspiration. And it doesn't just have to be that, and I don't have to limit that to Designer Notes, because I also know when you ask Julian Gollop about his inspiration for XCOM, I think it was a combination of, I don't know if it was called Sniper, I think it was called, and Traveler. And Traveler is a big influence on a lot of different games. So it is very interesting to see a non-video game point of reference for so many people who wind up making games that we really admire. And I can actually see some really sensible reasons for that being the case. I think one thing about tabletop, I know you can like buy modules and and adventures and things like that, but I think it's one of those things that really gets you thinking about what is fun for people, right? So if there's a side of me that has sort of a wish to do more storytelling, but I know that if I were to run a tabletop campaign, whether it's with people physically in the same room or a digital session, the least interesting experience I could give would be to have this very scripted environment where I sort of treat the players as like four props to this movie that I'm setting up. And I imagine something more in line with an experience that people would enjoy would be, considering what their interests are, what they're showing, what they're responding well to, and reacting in a more dynamic way to the things that the player does. So, I may have a big elaborate plot lined up, and that's not necessarily incompatible with players having a degree of agency, but the idea of sort of punishing them or trying to push them towards a particular outcome regardless of what they want is it's one of those that's not really going to be what I think drives a lot of people to a tabletop experience. And so when you read something like the manual for Arena, they're pretty upfront about saying, we want to create that tabletop experience on a computer. And in the case of Baldur's Gate, you don't have a first person perspective. But it is definitely a very close adaptation of the, I think, AD&D second edition rules. Whatever the module was, it very clearly was a D&D game. But what's kind of interesting about Neverwinter Nights, and I believe there was a Vampire the Masquerade game. I don't think it was Bloodlines. I think it was called Redemption. Both of them seemed to advertise these storyteller or game master tools where you could have sort of a level editor of some kind and sort of drive people through these experiences and these environments. And I think there's something kind of neat about that. I don't know how successful it was. I don't hear people saying negative things about Neverwinter Nights, but it's not one that I hear as often as, say, Baldur's Gate. But again, it's interesting to see how these game developers approach this idea of, I really like tabletop gaming and I want to create that experience on the PC. And on top of that, you have the differences in terms of interest between some of the other Interplay studios. So not I don't know if BioWare is quite an Interplay studio so much as that was their publisher. But there was Black Isle, who at least some of them became Obsidian, and they did Icewind Dale. And that has its own set of sort of priorities and interests. And then I believe they also did Planescape Torment. So they're all using the Infinity engine, but you have pretty different experiences compared to Baldur's Gate. And again, these are different versions of people trying to capture that same experience, but doing it in different ways with I would say varying degrees of, I don't know if I want to say success, but definitely you will see different people react and sort of say which game they love the most. So I most commonly hear people say that Planescape Torment is sort of the absolute pinnacle of this style of game. I'm pretty sure Baldur's Gate 3 is now the most popular of the the D&D CRPGs. But it's, again, to me, I really like seeing this sort of stuff just because it's a chance to see a style of game, admittedly one that I haven't always really embraced. I'll actually say, I would go so far as to say for a CRPG experience like this, I don't believe I have ever played one to the very end. The closest I've gotten would be finishing the Mass Effect games. And the only way I can really connect that would be, Mass Effect following Dragon Age, I believe. And Dragon Age very clearly has kind of a connection to the old Infinity Engine games. But anyways, that's what I've been thinking about. We did finish off, so just as a recap in terms of the quest, History of the Old Walls Part 2, Sage Lexime needs more information about the ancient Beastman paintings found within the Old Walls. She has asked you to explore the Old Walls and search for additional paintings that may help her unlock the secrets of Reef Talon's abilities. Meet Reef Talon at the mural. Reef Talon mentioned an important mural in the Fractured Depths. Use the teleporter in a room to the east to travel to it. What does Fatebinder see in ancient painting?
I've got it.
I'm most curious to hear what you think about the ancient paintings in these old walls. Sage Lexime's eyes gloss over as she briefly slips out of the moment. With a smile of recollection, her senses come back to the present. Yes, Fatebinder? Tell me about yourself. I'm the least fascinating subject I can think of, but if you have questions, ask. How did you come from the Vellum Citadel to this place? I took it upon myself to record as much of the war for the Chronicle as possible. This quickly led me to the conclusion that the Vellum Citadel would fall in time, so I enlisted Mel in my plot to lug as much of the Chronicle out of the Citadel as we could. I knew of Rostrom's holdfast from my time chronicling the invasion of the Bastard Tier. I came to thinking how I'd use his manor as a place to stash our writing, and, well, I discovered Cairn had shattered the fort, but in doing so created a tunnel into the old walls. With the war raging on the surface, it just never seemed like a good time to leave. What was your role among the sages? I'm a willing victim of the impossible Chronicle endeavor, or the Chronicle as those outside our school know it. I aim to transcribe all that I witness in my lifetime with the highest precision, accuracy, and comprehension achievable. More specifically, I have tried to focus on the events of realms, where there is a place for drawing flowers and conducting biographies of lowly peasants. I leave such things to under-chroniclers. Both Lexime and I spent decades contributing to the Chronicle. We even co-authored a few pieces back in the day. Yikes. The Rye survey was by far the best. Olive Terratus needed to know which distillery in Ardent made the strongest hooch. We do important work, us sages. Why did you stay here in Bastard's Wound? At first, part of me genuinely thought the old walls were safer than the war. When it was Reef Talon, Wagstaff, Jaspos, and the others working together, life in the Wound was actually quite pleasant. And I won't lie, I've always dreamt of exploring the old walls, and I'm getting on in years, so it seemed a fitting place for a scholar to write her final chapters. I'm curious about your sleepless condition. As am I. It is a curious malady, and one I only partially comprehend. As the name suggests, I haven't known sleep in several span. More troubling for me personally, my magic seems to have faded. I can sign sigils with my hands, but no magic comes from my efforts. By your own admission, you seem out of sorts. Are you sure you aren't forgetting your sigils? Even slight deviations can disrupt proper casting. I worried it was just that. With the lack of sleep, my mind seemed the obvious culprit. I had Mel read my old scrolls and walk me through the motions. Still no avail. I'm signing correctly, but when I tap into the archons of old, nothing comes out. Your magic. All of it gone. Lantry's shoulders slump, and he shakes his head with a sigh. But you are phenom. I never would have mastered half my expressions without your guidance. But it's all gone. Maybe you just need some rest. Maybe that would restore order in your mind. Oh. How did you become one of the Sleepas? Well, we've answered that before, but... Same as all of us, by the healing power of Reef Talon. It was when that group of disfavored found this place. I was injured in the fight, and since none of us yet knew the downside to Reef Talon's magical touch, I of course allowed her to heal me. Why did the Sleepless enter the old walls? Not that we were all cogent enough to share our feelings, but I and the other Sleepless feel a little better near to the Reef Talon than afar. She shrugs with an idle smile. None of us wanted to be a burden on the people above, and it just made sense to follow her down. Unfortunately, Reef Talon can't seem to stand the sight of us in her grief. Shame. Is there a way to reverse your condition? Only Reef Talon knows, or maybe Kairos. I vacillate between having optimism and pushing aside such painful daydreams. Her thoughts go silent as her face twists in discomfort. Hope can be a painful thing. Did your missing magic happen about the same time as the insomnia? If I recall correctly, it was days after I was healed that I first noticed my magic wasn't working as expected. It was a startling realization. I've relied on my magic for decades. Without it, I feel as defenseless as a newborn cub. Without your magic, how could you have possibly survived down here with all the Bane crawling about? You would think me lying, but I stand here as proof. For whatever reason, the Banes seem not to notice me. I dare say, in all the time I've been here, I haven't seen the Bane respond to any of the Sleepless. Could be we're too wretched even for them to hunt. I hypothesize that Reef Talon did to foul our minds. It made us toxic. I hypothesize whatever Reef Talon did to foul our minds. It made us toxic or unappetizing to the Bane. We are once tasty morsels, now rolled in dung. So while I can't say for sure why it is, I can say that I've been here for weeks? Span? Very long time now, and the Bane have ignored me this whole time. I should be on my way. She stares blankly, saying nothing. Old Wall's mural. An ancient mural is painted onto the wall. Reef Talon stands in solemn silence, observing the paint-stained wall with an intensity normally reserved for potential prey. Nearby, Lexime scribbles furiously with pen and parchment in hand, shaking her head occasionally to maintain her waning focus. The mural before you is of considerable size and detail, stretching to cover a large swath of otherwise unbroken Old Wall's masonry. In it, a beast-woman-like figure adopts a dramatic pose, head arched backwards in mid-delivery of a tremendous roar. The creature's claws have hooked through her own ribs, ripping them apart. Blood and viscera spill forth from her chest, along with brightly colored tendrils. At the base, many crouched spectators are painted in shadowy tones. I don't see the base there. The beast woman finally breaks from her anxious stare. See? Old Wall's ancestors left dire warnings for beastman fate. She rakes her claws violently against the looming mural. Scourge beasts were born of beast woman in painting. Reef Talon first feared corrupting power of mystic strength, but now sees that all beastmen may hold corruption deep inside. The beast is roaring before onlookers. Is this a warning or a display of victory? No beast woman would open guts to the pleased crowd. Foolishness is warning. Reef Talon slams her fist to the ground to punctuate her point. The sage ceases her scribbling. Reef Talon may sadly be right. Her tone grows increasingly bitter as she speaks. Her touch did, of course, strip me of all magical facility, and the Bane notoriously fiend for all things magic. Who is to say that this mural isn't a damning testimonial about her kind and the role in the birth of these abominations? Of course, there are many ways to interpret such vague relics of history. What do you see, Fatebinder? Examine the beast woman. The colorful twirls pouring from the beast woman's wound seem a bit too stylized to be simply blood and viscera. The details, such as eyes and talons on the twirls, suggest the spirals of color are bane. Whether the beast woman is ripping herself open or the bane are exploding out from within her seems open to interpretation. It looks as if the beast woman is releasing the bane. She leafs through a journal and pauses momentarily upon a passage. I thought this seemed oddly familiar. Did you know that beastmen are in the habit of consuming fiends and foes alike upon death? Not that there's much left of bane after a fight, granted, but I have observed woundkin occasionally lapping up Scourge's essence. Judging by their facial expressions, it was a decision often regretted. No, feel only hatred for Scourge Beast. Need to rip rend tear old walls burn strong in all beastmen. Painting does not make sense. How can Beastwoman give birth to Bane if hunting Bane at the same time? Perhaps it's more akin to a display, like the beastman is showing something? A contemplative hum emanates from her chest. What Fatebinder says is possible. Painted Beastwoman stands before others like Prima of Tribe, powerful. Even with packmates, Reef Talon must bear fangs and stand tall to quiet impudent whelps. Examine the crouching figures. Several beastmen have been arranged in a line, heads bent downward at a downward angle, crouched low on all fours. Compared to the beastwoman featured prominently in the painting, the remaining figures have been drawn in far less detail. Their facial features have been left entirely blank, complicating their interpretation. The beastwoman eyes the painted beasts warily. Reef Talon thinks painted warriors crouch low to strike. Pounce, leap, lunge. Quick, quick, Scourge beasts pour from dying Prima. Look how they're drawn. The beastmen aren't showing their fangs or claws. They aren't being aggressive. An interesting observation. I'll note it along with the rest of my findings. She purses her lips mid-scribble. The intentions of deceased beastmen artists are difficult to clarify. Can't say this image recalls anything I've seen of the woundkin, or any records I've come across on the subject. Beastmen do tend to go down fighting. Self-destruction is deeply frowned upon in their kind. Examine the bane. You brush a layer of accumulated dust from the wall to better observe this section. The creatures emerging from the beastwoman's ribcage appear to be flying out and away in a range of directions. Streaks of purple, blue, and red paint have been used to form wispy tendrils, with hints of claws embedded in the amorphous shapes. Upon closer examination, the claws appear to be broken. Strange shapes must be Old Wall's beasts. Painting must be warning from past tribe. Cannot see any other reason for confusing etching. Look, the claws and teeth appear broken. This would suggest the Bane have lost their power somehow. A clever observation. I know I'd feel slightly better about birthing a harmless Bane than a full-sized monster, if I had to choose. Reef Talon sits back on her haunches, watching the mural with a curious tilt of the head. Fatebinder words are true. All island warriors must have strong fangs and claw to defend tribe. A Prima with broken fangs cannot lead clan warriors. Scourge Beast with broken claws is easy prey. Ancestral painting shows important moment in Old Wall's past. Even strongest Prima cannot tear open chest and survive. If Scourge Beast can burst from Beastwoman's chest, perhaps even greater Dark Shadow Brute will rise from Reef Talon's bones when Beastwoman is dead. The image isn't reassuring, true, but let's not make any definitive conclusions just yet. Humor me and pretend I'm right, and these murals are like scrolls, symbols that teach. Being here in the wound unlocked something in you. What if it's just the start of your power? A sudden jolt shakes the ground as Reef Talon stamps it in disapproval. No! Reef Talon cannot ignore ancestral portents. Mystic strength has already corrupted Woundkin, has corrupted Lexime. Beastwoman will not risk giving birth to Excuse me. Not risk giving birth to dark terrors. Must first know that deep rumination will not bring harm to the wound. So we have a few interesting options here. If we do athletics and SWAT, enough your lamentations. How did a self-loathing wretch like you call herself Prima? Which I do actually think is consistent with Beastwoman, but maybe not the skill I want to exercise. There's also the possibility she's an Archon. No one taught her this magic. By strictest definition, she's manifesting an innate power. Subterfuge, forget it, Lexime. This is a lost cause. I think the only mystery left to solve is if she's afraid of understanding her own powers or too stupid to do it. And then the standard answers. So I think I'm more inclined towards lore, although I think probably the athletics is a slightly more appropriate one for Beast Woman. An Archon. You think she's ludicrous? Positing that a beast could rise to the stature of the great general borders on heresy. Oh, I don't know. Big, burly, hairy? You sure Ash isn't a beastman? It's not impossible. I mean, I've heard the Archon of Serpents is a giant talking snake, but I've also heard he just changes into one. Sage Quillborn speculated that there have been beastmen with an Exarch's gift, as it were, of having the potential to be Archons, but brutal competition and lack of training kept them from making it into the Chronicle. That could be what's going on here. Some sort of latent talent coming to life. I find it an odd coincidence that here is where such powers come to light. If that's true, all the more reason we need to understand this. Enough! Reef Talon tires of being discussed like meal. If humans think Reef Talon so powerful, Reef Talon will listen, but will prove humans wrong in end. There's more about this painting to inform us. There's more than this painting to inform us. There are others in these depths. Reef Talon has heard me prattle on about what I've seen, but now we listen to the Fatebinder. Solon, explore the other paintings and tell us what meanings and portents you infer. Reef Talon, if you hear out the Fatebinder, that'll be the last we ever press on this matter. I'll go take a look at them. Now, I kind of think I've already done this, but it doesn't hurt to walk around. We do have the new stones. Oh, looks like we need at least one more, so locate and examine the Beastman murals found within Darkened Hollow. Oh, actually, it seems to have just... Okay, so I found at least one. I should still be on the lookout for... I'm just going to take a second. Yeah, that was everything. I guess we kind of already did this. Not what I was looking for. I'm just trying to find out what this region's called. Okay, Darkened Hollow. This is probably it, but I'm going to do some exploring first. Also just taking some time to make sure that I'm not missing any more pages of the Chronicle. This, by the way, really feels like I should be able to go through here, or that maybe even I have. Okay, so this is probably the one.
Found something. Curious.
So I think that's it for this area. Oh no, sorry, there was one lower bit. Oh, but we have been here. Okay, so I'll double check that this isn't the area I need to go. So the books appear when the... Good lord. The books appear when the sage is nearby, so this is why I'll follow Lantry. Okay. I am tempted to take a break in half an hour because I could really use a coffee. I haven't had one since this morning, but I didn't want to have... I have my usual kind of talk at the start. I didn't want to run away so early. The woman stands quietly as you approach. She focuses intensely on the markings on the wall before her. You wouldn't happen to know anything about these murals, would you? Visibly startled by your voice, she glances in your direction, eyes only briefly breaking contact with the mural. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there, she frowns. I'm not all gone yet, but I can tell I'm starting to slip. These murals weren't made by humans. That's about all I can tell you about them. There isn't anything else you can tell me? I've seen the beastmen from above come down and look at them on occasion. They don't stay long enough. I don't think they understand any more about them than we do. Take a closer look at the mural. As you approach the wall, what first appeared to be a collection of haphazard stains seems, on closer inspection, a deliberate creation. A procession of handprints, all of them too large to be human, but about the right size to be those of beasts, festoon the wall, though each is varied in its shape and features. I'm no scholar of artifice, but even I know that this does not match the masonry. The prints are all of a similar style, a single color mark of palm and splayed fingers. There is considerable variety in the exact shapes and sizes of the handprints displayed. Examine the shapes of the prints. It soon becomes clear that nearly every print is distinguished from one another, some greatly so. Some prints sport bulbous palms, others rectangular. Some fingers appear long and clawed, others stunted. A few even show signs of webbing between digits, or joints that bend at odd angles. Compare the paint on each print. You examine the prints individually, tracing your finger along the wall's surface to detect any noteworthy changes in texture. After a few moments, you determine that there are two distinct types of print. The first appear to be made with some sort of dark pigment that flakes off at the touch. Many of these pigment-painted prints have faded, some to where only the palm is visible. The other style appears to be more an active heat branding than paint layered on stone. These charcoal black handprints are slightly recessed, as if the stone had melted from the imprinter's touch. From the corner of your eye, these prints seem to shimmer with the reds and blues of the Bane, but on direct observation, the prints always have a matte black finish. Short of cataloging the specific details of each print, you feel confident that you've given the wall a thorough investigation. Do you think these prints were done all at once, or over centuries? It's likely a record of various people trapped down here in the old walls. Imprisoned here? That would explain the graffiti. Criminals have little respect for property. With nothing further to examine, you give your eyes a rest and step away from the prints. You leave the mural behind and return to your exploration of the old walls.
Will do.
Return to Lexime. With the mural examination complete, return to Lexime with your findings. Now, as far as I can tell, if I go to the character description, I don't think this ever changes. Yeah, set out for Vendrian's Well. I guess I'll go back to where we originally found Reef Talon. Still haven't gone back to this, but... Alright. And while we're at it... I don't think much will change here, but I'd like to take a look while I can. Occasionally I spot these. Chronicle of the Sages. This chronicle was hidden here by Sage Lexime. Take the chronicle so Lantry may study it further. Another find. No matter how old I get, the smell of found parchment never ceases to get me going. Almanac of Azure, 420 through 422. If grain yields turn you on, I have some steamy reading for you. Minutes from the ardent peace accords of 419, a snore even by my standards. What else? Then there's, back to Azure, years 423 through 426, and, well, that's odd. Lantry falls silent, absorbed in reading. May I take a look? See this page? Well, maybe don't bother with the whole thing. It's rather dense, but here's something fascinating. It's about House Varia and House Pelox having a two-span war over who owns some portion of what's now the southwestern Stone Sea. Notice something unusual? Captain Pelox turned his troops, falcons raised high. Let us praise Queen Alanta for this bounty on our eve of battle, and though we slaughter 2 goats in her name, let us slaughter 3 in reverence of Graven Ash, Archon of War. Let us become that which we fear, invincible, indefatigable, indivisible. While numerous Tearsmen have claimed a lifelong fixation with Graven Ash, you have only ever heard of Tearsmen speak of such things when they are bowed before you, desperate to evade execution or conscription. While it's possible that well-connected Tearsmen knew of the Archon prior to the war, a noble invoking his name in a pre-battle speech is highly improbable. So 2 tribes of Tearsmen fight, and they invoke Graven Ash's name before the fight? That seems an error. Exactly. That feud happened by many accounts, but the way it's described here? Nonsense. Tiersman calling on Graven Ash for favor before a battle? Come on now, that would have happened. Some fools around here didn't even bother to learn the name of the fearsome general waiting across the isthmus to invade. Can you tell when this was written? Was it penned back then, or is it more recent? Oh, a good question to ask. With a twirl of the hand, he produces a dry quill and scrapes the ink written along the chronicle margins. Minimal flaking for dark umber ink. Probably not more than a few years old. Not encouraging. The Chronicle is supposed to be the accurate record of all things, right? Are you doubting the Chronicle? Yes, and it's not the first of these Chronicle fragments to have questionable details. There's a... Lantry's voice falters. Fuck, what exactly am I reading here? Anything else peculiar about the texts? Give it a good read. Whispering half-formed words under his breath, Lantry pores over the texts, rapidly devouring pages of long, flowing handwriting. Nope, the rest of it sounds like things I've known to be true. Details that are news to me, but within the realm of believable. Strange. It's just the one passage that screams out at me. The rest seems like a proper Chronicle reporting. Look for more of these tomes. Maybe there's supporting information elsewhere. A wise point. Perhaps my knowledge is incomplete. Perhaps the other fragments have information that will explain or corroborate what's written here. I should not be so quick to assume that I have all the facts. With various scrolls tucked about his bandolier, Lantry feigns collapse under the burden, then steadies his balance with a smile.
We could continue scrounging the area, but considering the small mountain of parchment I'm carrying, I think we found all we're going to find.
Lantry runs his hand across one of the numerous Chronicle volumes found in your search.
I think I'd like to hear what Lexime has to say about all of this. I was slow to accept it, but these changes are her doing. She owes me her reasoning.
I think I can tell you what she'll say. The old sage stares at you expectantly. Her missive asked for a fate binder to find these texts. She didn't intend to involve you, nor the whole Chronicle.
The moment she violated a Chronicle passage, she involved me. Though, you are right. It's not as if she systematically altered every Chronicle ever written. You are right. This was a ploy to fool the court, not me. I don't have to approve of it, but I can almost appreciate her thinking. Whatever her reasons, I disagree with how she has tampered with history. Though, I doubt my dissent matters to her at this point. Now, where were we? Ah, yes. Ever onward.
On it.
All right. So I don't need to go looking for the Chronicle anymore, which I suppose is a small bonus. The sage sways lightly on her feet, oblivious to her surroundings. The sound of your footsteps rouses her to attention. Oh, Fatebinder, have you studied the remaining murals? I have. Reef Talon chuffs impatiently. Speak now, quick, quick! Reef Talon does not want to stare any longer at foul wall. What has Fatebinder seen in old paint walls? Okay, our options are, I saw a painting that showed a cross-section of the old walls with many different figures entering it. I saw a representation of the old walls being held up by two beastmen, and I saw a wall with a plethora of different handprints. Let's do the old walls being held up by two beastmen. Reef Talon does not understand. What is the meaning by strange painting? Seems to suggest that the Bane and the Beasts are both denizens of the old walls, each made of similar magics. The sage retrieves a journal from her pockets and quickly thumbs through it. Good. I did take notes on this one. Your theory potentially matches the details. The Beastmen were drawn with Bane atop them. It does suggest an arcane connection. So, Reef Talon's mystic strength is same thing as Scourge Beast. Scourge Beast is same thing as Beast Woman. If what Fatebinder says is true... Reef Talon falls silent. She chuffs impatiently. Speak now, quick, quick! Reef Talon does not want to stare any longer at foul wall. What has Fatebinder seen in old paint walls? Painting showed a cross-section of the old walls, with many different figures entering it. Beast Woman does not care about picture. What meaning did Fatebinder see in message from ancestors? So the old walls likely transformed its original inhabitants into Bane. It may be that anyone here will meet the same fate. The old walls once had many different inhabitants, but only one tribe of them survived. Your ancestors were likely that tribe, and countless tribes have come to the old walls. All of them met death with the Bane lurking down below. Let's say one tribe survived. The old walls once had many different inhabitants, but only one tribe of them survived. Your ancestors were likely that tribe. Sage's eyes widen, the news granting her a surge of energy. Extraordinary, if true. That would also mean Reef Talon's ancestors had to have left these old walls at some point to wander and become the Mantiborn. Perhaps this is a sort of homecoming. I saw a wall with a plethora of different handprints. Prince, yes, that sounds familiar. Tell me, how did you interpret it all? So the prince likely showed a wide variety of beastmen and warriors and mystics that patrolled these old walls over the ages. Many of the prints were formed with the essence drawn from the Bane. Those who hunted the Bane were changed by their prey, and many of the prints were made with magic, not paint. The beastmen of old wielded incredible powers that probably make your mending rites seem trivial. Sure, let's say magic, not paint. I thought I was just sleep deprived, but I recall seeing some prints that were burned into the wall without pigment or paint. Your theory has merit. The beasts of these old walls had magic enough to warp stone. Who knows what powerful magics they left behind for their cubs? Look. Reef Talon raises a foot and spreads her toes apart, revealing the thick webbing between them. All beastmen know that each tribe has different traits to help claim chosen lands. Shadowhunter clan has fur as dark as midnight, good for slinking and cowardly battle. The Mantiborn have webs and toes for swift deep sea hunt. She raises her hands, pads facing up. Perhaps power of mending rites came to help Woundkin tame old walls beasts. Fatebinder's words are interesting. Ancient histories and messages have many layers of meaning, like old scents released from freshly dug earth. Reef Talon turns her attention to the Beastmen and the Bane immortalized on the wall before you. But what has Fatebinder to say of Beast Woman giving birth to Scourge Beasts? Reef Talon only sees creation of dark horror. Alright, so this Beast Woman is showing her dominance over the bulwarks and not literal self-destruction. It's the unburdening of a warrior's rage. This is what it looks like. The Beastmen and Bane are drawn from the same mystic forces and are inextricably linked. The Bane, the Beastman's primary foe, always will be. This is an expression of rage over the endless battle. Oh, man. I'm not good at interpretation. All right. Let's take this slower again. I imagine this is one of these cases where anything you say is correct, but I want to be somewhat thoughtful about this. So this beast woman is showing her dominance over bulwarks, and it's not literal self-destruction. It's the unburdening of a warrior's rage. Now, I am least inclined to pick this one. So by process of elimination, this is what it looks like. The Beastman and Bane are drawn from the same mystic forces and are inextricably linked, which is probably most consistent with a lot of what I've encountered so far. And Bane are the Beastman's primary foe, always will be. This is an expression of rage over endless battle. I think 2 is probably the most consistent with what I think and what the picture is showing. No! She rakes the mural wall with a powerful swipe, ripping out chunks of the ancient stone. Reef Talon has already corrupted wound packmates with poisoned touch. If old wall beasts can crawl from flesh of dead beast woman, what horror will rise from Reef Talon's corpse? The fur on her back shivers visibly. Isn't it worth another try to better understand your healing magic? I know this is all very confusing, but the wound still needs you. Humans have yammered like mystic lost in endless trance. Reef Talon knows nothing more about wretched touched, only that Reef Talon is a curse, danger to all. The massive beast woman shakes her head, grumbling with discontent. Her gaze keeps shifting from you to Lexime and back again, as much as I would love to do the athletics. What you're seeing is a historical record, and that makes it clear that the Bane's most hated foe are beastmen. That's what the wound needs. She bobs her head reluctantly. Fatebinder is correct. Reef Talon lives for Old Wall's beast hunt. Mystic strength clouds beast woman's thoughts with doubt, but hunting scourge beast does not. Reef Talon is best hunter in wound and still has many lessons for tribe whelps. Killing Old Wall's beast cannot be bad thing, yes? Am decided. She rises to her full height, towering above the sage at her side. Beast woman will return to the wound to help clan. Done ruminating. Painted histories have muddled vision of past. Reef Talon will not tempt further corruption from mystic strength. I had hoped this would come to pass. You mustn't tarry in this foul pit any longer, then. Return to the wound and make your presence known. People may fear you, but that'll evaporate the moment they realize you are ready to take control of your powers. A pained look comes across her face. I won't be joining you, unfortunately. I can feel my mind decaying with each moment. Soon this will all be but a faded memory. Besides, people won't take kindly to having sleepless shuffling around the wound, and my presence certainly won't help them accept you. That battle must still be won. Wound will know of sage called Lexime. We'll return and ruminate more by ancient paintings. Perhaps mystic strength can tame even dreamless corruption. She turns to face you, her eyes wild with ice blue color. Beast woman will climb to surface and face Woundkin again. We'll look for Fatebinder on brood grounds. I have much to contemplate. If you need me, I'll be down here. Okay, so we will meet with Mel, but I would prefer... I'm just going to double check here. Okay, that's a bookmark for the old Chronicle of the Sages, I think.
Can't do that.
Sage Lexime's eyes gloss over as she briefly slips out of the moment. With a smile of recollection, her senses come back to the present. Yes, Fatebinder? I have the text you wanted me to gather. Thank you, Fatebinder. She bows deeply, her face turning red as she looks towards Lantry. Lies! And the worst kind, too! Falsities strewn about a bed of facts, grains of poison in the rice. You aren't wrong, dear Lantry, but certainly you must understand my endgame. What purpose does the Chronicle serve now? Is it reference? Joyous reading? I may have made a few edits, but I've created something that might save lives. Lantry, she wanted me, a Fatebinder, to find these texts. Don't you understand? So you're just justifying your lies now? This is not how a proper sages behave. Tell the whole story, the good parts and the bad. Is that not our way? Our way ended with Kairos. Our school is gone. I'm but a pale shade of what I used to be. All that we can do now with our record is maybe, just maybe, save some lives. If just one person was saved because Tunon's court had some record of Tearsmen showing fealty to Kairos before this war came to pass, what if we saved lives? You would squander every prior act of academic discipline that came before you on the chance of exonerating someone. I'm sad I lived to see this day. If Lantry insists on an accurate record, I second him. But why cling to truths that will bury us? If we're perceived as laughable but honest, let us use our reputation for honesty to save whomever we can. The essence of Kairos' conquest is making the enemy compromise. Bend the truth, and you've truly lost. I'm as self-serving as it gets, and even I feel like this principle matters more than a few lives. Generations of sages toiled to make this record right and true. Would you truly squander their life efforts? You speak true, and I cannot say the same. Lexime cups her face in her hands, wiping away errant tears. If the others knew what I've been doing, what have I done? Thank you, Solon. I apologize for the deceit and the half-truths, but by now you must understand my intentions are kind. Since you held your end of the bargain to preserve my texts, I submit now to your justice. She drops to one knee. My magic has left me. I've forgotten what it feels like to dream. Please, I think I wish to be free of my regrets. Your sentence is to keep living and learn more of your sleepless condition. Perhaps you could help others. I am sworn to the Fatebinder's side, but I will endeavor to return to you if and when I can. Forgive me, I had been readying myself for the end, but if my punishment is to live to help the other sleepless, well, I shall not defy such a merciful ruling. Thank you, Solon, for everything. One last thing. Lexime draws her dagger, gripping it by the blade, and presents it, handle forward. I like the magic to make this sing like I once did, and the Bane don't seem to attack me. Better you have this. You say this with such finality. Lantry blinks rapidly before shaking off the sorrow with a pained smile. Such a treasured blade will be used in great deeds. Thank you, Lexime. So it says confer with Lantry, and it's already checked. I'm not quite sure what we did, but I won't question it. Circular reason, one-handed and thrown weapon. So this may be an improvement for Lantry. Let's rip. What am I doing here? Okay. So, under weapons, circular reason, one-handed and throw Thrown weapons. 3 points stolen from a random attribute for 6 seconds. Slightly worse accuracy. No armor penetration compared to Lantry's Quill. And Sigil of Life. So yeah, Sigil of Life's really the thing that... Oh. Okay. The blade said to be infused with Bane essence. This dagger returns to its wielder once thrown. Though dismissive of the legend and its origin, Lantry appreciates not having to hunt down every knife hurled in battle. So I'm going to, again, I just want to see if I can do anything with this room. We'll head back up if we can't. But I'll talk with Lantry first. Okay. And then, so I'll talk with Lantry, and then I'll head up, and we should be completing History of the Old Walls. Well, there may still be something for us to do.
One moment, my friend. Just let me finish this thought.
Ending his note with a flourish, Lantry licks the tip of his quill, pausing to taste it a second and a third time before tucking the pen in a holster on his sleeve. So what's on your mind? Did you want to discuss matters of the present, or would you prefer a more scholarly rant? Let's discuss current matters.
Of course. How can I help?
What are your thoughts on our traveling associates?
Are you asking for an objective assessment? Or is this your way of saying you want to gossip?
What's your read on Kills in Shadow?
Aggressive, homicidal, and best kept on a long leash with a longer whip? I'm a poor judge of beasts. I've known so few, and none resemble the scribes and scholars to which I'm accustomed. But there's a blunt honesty to her that I rather enjoy. She wants to bask in your power and makes no excuses for the self-interested nature of her loyalty to you. Such refreshing transparency is rare in humans.
What do you think of traveling with Siren?
As a chronicler of history, I am most honored to have the chance to travel alongside a luminary. I can write down her speech word for word, letter for letter, and proclaim it back, but yet the words lack her charm. This supports my hypothesis that her power manifests by the actual sound of her voice, and less of the particulars the words chosen. Fascinating.
Speak of something else. Let's say questions.
I am nothing if not a semi-reliable font of knowledge. What did you want to discuss?
I have questions about our allies and enemies.
Well, you might want to ask a more soldierly type about the armies, but do you want to talk about the Archons or other mages?
I wanted to ask about the Archons. Holy smokes, that's quite a bit. Okay, tell you what, I'm going to say that's all for now. I do want to talk with Lantry again, but I think we're probably going to be talking quite a bit to our companions, and maybe that would be better after the conversation with Mel. But an hour in seems like a good time for me to take a break. Now, I know the breaks have been a little longer than I'd intended the last couple of times, and I will definitely say that's a risk here. Reason for that, I am going to make some coffee, so I'm going to need probably about 5 minutes to take care of the kettle, and then I'll need basically another 5 minutes to sort of steep the beans and such. So I would say at least 10 minutes. I'll try to, you know, and then I'm assuming there's going to be some drift just, while I do all the intermediate and all of that. But I can assure you I will be back. But particularly this time, now is a very good idea to sort of get up, stretch, otherwise do other things. I will do my best not to make it too long, but I am also aware of the fact that this will, everything that I'm going to be doing are some of the longer things that I can keep. There's some of the longer things that will keep me away from the keys. So I wanted to be as transparent of that as I can be. But with that in mind, I will see you all as soon as I can. Sorry I wasn't here to receive you, Deluded. Good to see you. I see that you got your hour of to give you a calm, relaxing sleep. I guess it was DACA to give you a calm, relaxing sleep. And welcome back to all of you. Thank you for being patient with me. Let me just take a quick second here to shout out Deluded Daybreak, very nice broadcaster who I was watching in Blender yesterday doing some... I know the person that you hosted said kit bashing, so I wasn't 100% sure. So I don't know that much about... I don't know that much about current Games Workshop. I know they keep changing the name of everything because they can't copyright their or trademark their generic names. So like Space Marines and Eldar are not the sort of thing that you can put any kind of intellectual property protection on. But Primarchs and Eldari, now that is the sort of thing that you can protect. But anyway, so I wasn't 100% sure how authentically 40K it was. I wasn't sure if that was based off of any kind of underlying model. It was definitely a lot of fun to hang out with you. And for those of you that are not familiar with Deluded Daybreak, really, I kind of feel like there's a bit of everything on the channel. A lot of Hollow Knight Silksong lately. But I will say everything from the modeling that we talked about to... Rift of the Necrodancer, which is, I believe, where Deluded originally found me. I was playing the demo for that wonderful game. And also some lovely Elder Scrolls. We were talking about the Elder Scrolls Arena and its ambition to sort of realize tabletop experiences like Dungeons and Dragons in a digital environment. And of course, how the Infinity Engine games and games inspired by that are sort of another form of trying to capture that tabletop experience in an interactive environment. So I feel like there is more than a little alignment with some of the interests here and the stuff that Deluded does. So it's a complete custom, a proxy for a war boss character that you came up with. So something to play in Gorka Morka. That's right, I know the ancient and decrepit back catalog of Games Workshop games. I actually think there's a Gorka Morka video game now. I know they've started to really open up some of the stuff that you can do with the IP. The young sage watches the growing argument between Jaspos and Wagstaff. As you approach, he interrupts their bickering with a cheerful salutation. The Fatebinder returns. Reef Talon has rejoined us with all her limbs. He glances at his fellow magicians. Something to celebrate, of course. Neither Jaspos nor Wagstaff seem to share his satisfaction. Oh, excellent. I've actually really wanted to... I don't know how... this is a tough one, right? I try not to talk about myself... So, like obviously it's my stream and... you know, I'm me, so I don't think the amount that I talk about myself should be 0, but I also don't want it to be like 3 hours of autobiography every day, or at the very least, if I'm going to be talking about something I'm interested in, ideally that's going to be something that can be generalized to everyone's case. But in this case, this is really going to be about my creative interests. So both as far as a career and in terms of what I've been able to pull off, the best visual art that I've been able to manage is photography, or occasionally cinematography, but mostly photography, I'd say, in terms of the stuff that I'm most practiced in. And even then, photography-wise, it has been a while, so when I do go out with a camera, I really do feel how rusty I am in terms of just being able to do the kinds of shots that I know at some point I used to be able to sort of pull off. Although I don't see a whole lot of value in just sort of mourning what you used to be, right? Like if you used to be able to do something and you're not feeling 100% on it, the only thing that I think you can well, I guess there's two things you can credibly do. You can ask whether or not you are getting something out of the experience, right? Is being the best or is capturing what you did before the thing that makes you go ahead. And if that's it, then you need to realistically assess whether or not taking that time and effort to get to that point is worth, actually, as a coworker of mine likes to say, is the juice worth the squeeze? I realize it's a common one, but he's been using that lately, so I should use it myself. But yeah, so that's one side of it. But, for me, I definitely can see why that type of visual art is interesting to me, because it allows me to sort of rearrange the world. It allows me to frame it and present an idea in a certain way, but it doesn't involve me creating the whole world, right? It involves me rather finding things in the world and being able to convey something about it. And often the best photos that I've taken have been ones where it'll be something that anybody can walk by. In fact, many people have walked by, but always quite seen it that way. But when I was growing up, I used to really like drawing. And in fact, there were a couple experiences that I had which were very much driven by, people who didn't necessarily want what was best for me, ultimately driving my decisions, which I'm very disappointed in myself with. But I've always liked drawing, and I wish I had more skill in it. But there's definitely a time when I stopped doing it. And now when I try to do it, I'm always really, really discouraged by how poor the results are. And again, it's one of those ones where I sort of realize, for a lack of practice, I'm not going to get any better wishing it, right? I need to get better by practicing. And that means confronting, the quality that isn't where I want it to be. But a similar ambition is something like Blender. I can actually see how it would be really enjoyable to both do the modeling and potentially even animation. In fact, some of my favorite figures from sort of strange Canadian film history would include someone like Norman McLaren. And if you watch, I think it's actually his last interview, one of the things he says, if I was starting all over again and I wanted to become, a new Norman McLaren, I'd be looking at computers and seeing what you can do with those. And I think he was specifically referring to computer animation. I'm pretty sure in that interview actually specifically mentioned computer animation. But again, I sort of feel like there are some fundamentals in terms of just being able to look at objects and realize them in a certain way, which I understand you don't necessarily need to be trained in more traditional arts, but definitely at least being able to appreciate how how you can see someone take a default cube and they'll maybe extrude it in certain ways, or, basically they go from this incredibly simple object to building this very grand thing. And it seems almost effortless, despite the fact it's very clearly the product of a lot of work and some good taste. It's always been really interesting to me. But again, it's one of those things where, because I haven't put in the time and the effort, and I also have that slight mental hang up of saying that, again, to me, it's all only sort of like, you've only ever really been good at arranging things that are already there rather than creating things on your own. There's also that sort of nagging voice going on in the background. And then there's just that last realization, which is I haven't even been able to write as many articles as I want. So there are a lot of demands on my time, more so than, even before. And so, the question would be, of all of these things that I want to do and derive great pleasure from, how many of these am I going to be able, to not just put enough effort into maintaining, but building? Because for, I'd say, the majority of things that I'm wanting to learn and develop, I'm not at a point where I want to maintain. I want to be able to build that. So all of that is, I realize to a certain extent I was talking about me and my interests, but what this actually is to just sort of set up why I think it's a lot of fun to hang out with Diluted Daybreak and watch the Blender streams, because obviously for me there is a bit of vicarious enjoyment in somebody doing something that I haven't been able to do myself. But I also happen to know that Deluded has been going through a bunch of stuff. There's sort of finishing school, and then there's disruptions in terms of previous employment, and then the current employment, and then, getting ready for new employment, hopefully. And while a lot of people will be able to say, oh, I'm just too busy to do this. I say this a lot. But the fact of the matter is that the things that we enjoy are all the product of people who somehow were able to take that same 24 hours that we have and do more with it. And so that's one of the reasons why it was a particular joy to watch Deluded play around with Blender. And then, of course, all of the silliness I got to say inside of her chat, such as, I happen to know the way that some of the strange technology for the orcs works in the Warhammer 40k universe. So perhaps I raise the following question to you, Deluded Daybreak. What if the Emperor is just alive because the orcs will him to be, imagine him to be? Huh? And Deluded says, I definitely got started by arranging things, shuffling around pieces, lets you learn how to use the tools at hand, and then slowly the process becomes more and more your own. Yeah, I definitely can see how that happens. The really shameful thing, actually, is that I do have a couple of art books and good art books on my shelves, and I do feel bad that I haven't done a little bit more to work on it. Sorry, I really just want to I just want to have some of this coffee, and it's really close to the rim, so I want to make sure I don't burn myself. And yes, I am the sort of person who drinks coffee at 10:48. That's why I don't get enough sleep. So Deluded says, let me raise you one more. What if the Emperor actually wants to be dead? So make the belief even more heretical. Sorry, bear with me one more minute. You actually heard this theory about the Emperor being dead focuses the Dark King to remain in the Immaterium. I actually don't know who the Dark King is. Oh, I didn't realize there was. I thought there were just 4 rival Chaos Gods. Apparently, I'm one of these fake Warhammer 40k fans who just does it for the money and the women. Which is true, by the way. I will say, actually, just... I'm sorry, I just need to double check that I've... I do need to make sure that I've just done one thing before it crosses to midnight. I've done Duolingo. that's taken care of, but I did just need to check a work thing before I go too much further. But yeah, one of the things I do kind of like, I don't quite know exactly how the rules worked for the Games Workshop sort of licensing, but I will say that I did appreciate how it felt like there were a lot of different games that came out reasonably, I don't know, like reasonably soon after, like I don't know, it felt like there was a change in the I felt like there was kind of a change in the rules almost, but basically it seems like they opened up a whole lot of the weird and wonderful parts of well, you're here, aren't you? um but yeah, the like the weird and wonderful parts, even the potentially very strange bits out of their archive. Now, I don't think it's like full on. So, for instance, the what is it, Owlcat, like Owlcat, Rogue Trader does not have Inquisitor Obi-Wan Sherlock Clouseau. You know, as awesome as that would be. But you know, we've had not just a Necromunda tabletop style game like Mord. It was the same people who did the Mordheim game, but there was also a Necromunda FPS. And I think I mentioned, I'm pretty sure there's a Gorka Morka game. At the very least, it feels like there was something with that feeling. And like Gorka Morka, the only reason I kind of know about this was I did a. So this is the weird thing. I don't do massive lore dumps on Warhammer 40K, but what I do is like learn about the history of Games Workshop and how it worked. Part of this was just the question of trying to figure out like why do some franchises become franchises, right? Like what is it about, you know, once upon a time BattleTech was the sort of thing that FASA had to go out to, you know, Gen Con or something and try and convince people to buy. I mean, I think they'd found some kind of mech looking miniatures and thought they could make a game out of that. I can't remember the exact version of the story, but, you know, or like Shadowrun, right? Once upon a time, Shadowrun is a thing that people needed to be convinced was interesting. And, you know, now it's in a 6th edition and people can complain about whether or not it's good. But like, obviously that is a thing that people like enough for there to be 3 good digital games made. And BattleTech, right? Once upon a time, people needed to be convinced that BattleTech is worth it. But now there's like hundreds of BattleTech books and a TV show and numerous video games and a virtual reality center and like basically everything except a feature film. And so that was kind of where I was looking at Games Workshop and figuring out what it was. And Gorka Morka seems to have its origins in like trying to make a game built around hardcore Warhammer hobbyists who had like lots of bits and pieces. They really did enjoy sort of the kit bashing stuff. And they wanted a reason to... they wanted a reason to like, they basically wanted to build a game around that part of the hobby. I don't think it ever got more than 1 edition. I don't think it was that particularly successful. Although the funny thing is that I do know, there's another one. Battlefleet Gothic. It seems like it's another, I don't even know if they still do Battlefleet Gothic. But I also know in terms of video games, there was an Epic 40K video game. And I think one of the senior people at Games Workshop felt that Epic 40K was the best rule set that they had ever designed. And the series was discontinued. I think it became like Epic Armageddon or something like that. But it is kind of interesting that the things that the designers like the most are not necessarily the things that sell or the things that, that do the best. And so sort of once I went down that rabbit hole of sort of seeing the spin-offs, the what ifs, what's still alive, what isn't, and particularly as relates to things that seem to find success in digital environments. I don't know. That was a fun little inquiry, because I've also seen the reverse happen. So I'm not exactly fond of this publisher, but like Sandy Peterson did Cthulhu Wars, which apparently just keeps getting backlog. He seems to keep making the same mistake of like over promising on the shipping, and then the thing winds up being years behind. But anyways, I don't need to relitigate that. That's people know the score and they keep supporting the stuff anyway. So, but Cthulhu Wars apparently had its origins in a digital game, which did not succeed on Kickstarter. One of the stretch goals was a board game edition, and apparently the feedback that they got was, we don't really want to play this digital game, but like a board game sounds great. And so they reimagined the project. They kickstarted the board game, and it was massively successful. So at least as far as the Kickstarter is concerned, I have no idea if the game is any good. I did actually order it, but again, I feel that tabletop is discrimination against the lonely, so I've never actually played it. But anyways, that was a long and winding road, some of it related to Diluted Daybreak stuff. But I'm very happy to see you, Diluted, and I hope the modeling is going well. Okay. And Lexi, did you find any trace of her? We found her alive and in the depths. She insists she will not return. I suppose I should have guessed that. You don't wander off into the old walls, generally speaking, if you intend on coming back. Unless you're you, apparently. Enough. We have more important matters at... sorry. Sorry. More important matters are at hand. The two men lock eyes as their nearby attendants and aides gather in close ranks. Jaspos and Wagstaff, as well as their assorted followers, all appear ready to fight. What's going on here? Just some long overdue sorting of affairs, I suppose you could say. The good Tidecaster and I seem to have similar plans for Reef Talon. More to the point, the Forge-bound Master and I have mutually exclusive plans for this settlement. The wound needs one leader only. Both men stare at each other with sneers and puffed-up posture. Nearby citizens look on in terrified silence as the crowd bristles with violent anticipation. Merciful Kairos, that's enough. Just settle this between yourselves now. Be silent, all of you. Your words fall on deaf ears as the kerfuffle ripens into scattered taunts and barbs. Silence! Your words echo through the wound, contested only by the persistent din of cascading water. You find yourself the subject of scrutiny from every angle as the wound denizens watch the altercation attentively. I will settle this matter, and you will all obey my decision or face my wrath. Gentlemen, at this rate, violence is all but assured. Someone needs to mediate this dispute. Otherwise, draw your weapons and be done with this here and now. Wagstaff, Jaspos, and their respective backers shift about nervously, but none appear willing to lunge forward. Diluted says, there is a character named Wagstaff doing wild things in your brain. I've got countless hours and Don't Starve together, and one of the quasi-antagonists in the series is a grifter, inventor, occultist named Wagstaff. I didn't get far enough in Don't Starve to know this. Who seems to be trying to harvest an actual elder god to use as fuel or something. We don't entirely understand his intentions. Well, I will say that Wagstaff did have someone who was harvesting various bits of biology from the beast people. So it's not entirely out of character. Then we will follow the Fatebinder's will. Perhaps we can take this squabble elsewhere, away from the peaceful folk. Party has received the Wellspring Cascade Keystone. Nose place. Reef Talon as perch above to watch nest. No words will carry down to a tribe's ears. No howls or screams. Her lodge paw presents you a keystone. I will resolve this dispute, and my decisions will not be questioned. Each of you will gather your supporters and meet me there. Yes, let us resolve matters away from the squeamish. We'll meet you there. They vanished. Out of curiosity, Diluted, have you played this at all? Teleport to Wellspring Cascade. You've got a keystone from Reef Talon that can be used on a teleporter near the Bastard's Wound Forge. The teleporter will take you to Wellspring Cascade. Interesting. Do you have any particular fondness for these CRPG style games? So I know, like, if you're into 40K, the obvious one would be the Rogue Trader CRPG. This is definitely a style of game that's inspired by the Infinity Engine games like Baldur's Gate, Icewind Dale, Planescape Torment. But the modern version of this, of those games, and by the same developer as this, and the most successful one would be Pillars of Eternity. And then Pillars of Eternity 2 was considerably not successful. But yeah, this was the immediate follow-up to Pillars of Eternity, and I definitely think is an interesting setting, although definitely is not the most beloved of the series. Like it feels like Tyranny was a one-off, whereas Pillars of Eternity had its base game, it had its sequel, Pillars of Eternity 2, and then had Avowed, the sort of Elder Scrolls style first-person game. So definitely that world, which I think is called Aora, is the better known one. And then sorry, I just see your Pathfinder comment here. I also know you like Pathfinder, so I was also going to say Alcat has done Pathfinder games as well. So tried your hand at Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. Can't say it was entirely your style, but that may have been because you came in with your expectations that it would feel like Pathfinder as you knew it. Well, this is the thing. Like, I am enjoying this a lot more now, but I will also confess that my general impression, particularly after playing Pillars of Eternity, was to understand why Infinity Engine style games aren't the dominant form of CRPG now. Now, they've had a little bit of a resurgence, right? So Alcat really does seem to be doing quite well with this style of game. And, you know, definitely, I feel Larian would probably be a better modern example. And I like the fact that they just deliberately go for a proper turn-based system. That is one thing I really appreciate. I generally find the combat is more enjoyable in those style of games. But there definitely are some that sort of have more than a tip of the hat to the old Infinity Engine style. But yeah, I'm just kind of curious. Most people I know play more RPGs than I do, so I'm always kind of curious what the general feeling is for this stuff. All right, investigate the area.
Can't do that.
Interesting.
Looks basically the same as the one I have.
Sorry, I can't.
The water tumbles over the edge and into the fractured depths. This position offers a fine view of the Wounds Farm far below. Light leather vests. I mean, slightly less on slash crush armor, but better on almost everything else. All right. Barrick's the one person who's not going to benefit from that. Yeah, you know what? Oh, but to say opportunity. So 20% bonus damage on bleeding, burning, dazed, mage fire, hobbled, paralyzed, poison prone, stun, and sundered enemies. I think I kind of want to keep that. As the source of water for Bastard's wound, it's worth taking a look around before everyone arrives.
Ain't that odd?
Recently caught fish, and the salty musk of Beastwoman scent this nest. So we may have some combat coming up, so I'm just going to get a little preparation in.
I will aid you.
The spray from the nearby waterfall blankets the overlook with a chill mist. Perched high above the settlement, a sizable crowd of Wagstaff and Japsos loyalists have gathered in support of their chosen leader. The young scribe separates the two obstinate halves with frequent but ineffective entreaties. Calm yourselves. We're here to settle a delicate matter. An impulsive wrong move shatters everything we've built in this place. Reef Talon has returned. I know many of you fear her, but she is the mightiest of our settlement. There may be more to her mystical powers. We've only begun. We don't need that mother of sleepless in our settlement. I say we end this old beast. Alive, she's a risk, but dead, she can be of value. The old tidecaster angrily raps the damp floor with his staff. You're witnessing a rare moment. I agree with our vainglorious master of bragging on one thing. Reef Talon's time has come and gone. She deserves a merciful death. Her service to the community has earned her no less. Her death will save countless lives and redeem this mother of sleepless of her shame. Reef Talon, what have you to say about all of this? Beastwoman returns to protect tribe, to put an end to squabbling. Will lead packmates and hunt and kill scourge beasts lurking in dark halls. Reef Talon does not need mystic strength to be strong prima. Will not use mending rites on human kith. Indeed, the good Beastwoman's return could herald a better direction for the wound. Something for us to carefully consider, certainly. He produces a pen and parchment and holds them at the ready. For the record, of course. Fatebinder, how would you like to proceed? Jaspos, the floor is yours. Why are you most fit to lead the wound? This secluded refuge of stone is my natural setting, and I, the expert of all things stone, the natural leader. Jaspos smiles and begins to pace in a circle, taking the opportunity to address the crowd more intimately. Not a day passes that you don't set foot on a bridge that I built, and to whom would you turn if these corridors begin to crumble? The tidecaster grimaces in disgust. Perhaps the sleepless just needed to listen to you a little bit more. We've grown and thrived because I had the vision to see us do more than cower in the darkness of the old walls. I know we haven't seen eye to eye on everything, Fatebinder, but I believe we have room for common ground and shared vision. The pen's feathery plume scurries furiously across the page. Forgive me, it's quite a lot to take down at once. Have you anything to corroborate or contradict Jaspo's claims? So I have a few options here. I've seen what both you and Wagstaff must do to provide clean water, and yours is clearly the better route. The Tidecasters have deadly magic, the type needed to hunt the Bane. How is your crafting magic a better gift to the wound? You claim a title you haven't earned and had me claim tools not your own. How is anyone supposed to follow a man of such deceit? And I have nothing else to add to Jaspo's claim. Yeah, so in this case, you claim a title you haven't earned and had me claim tools not your own. How is anyone supposed to follow a man of such deceit? Well, his composure falters as he clears his throat. Yes, I see myself above the staid traditions of the Forge-bound, and yes, I was not fully forthcoming at first, but... He turns from you and towards the crowd. Have I not poured the fullness of my days into your success? You know I can be trusted. Don't let my personal squabbles with this outsider taint the truth. Anything else you wish to add? Yes. Nope, I have nothing else to add. Illuminating statements all around. What of Tidecaster Wagstaff? Do you wish to ask him anything? Wagstaff, speak. Explain why you would better lead this settlement. The Tidecaster's face tightens into an unending series of disapproving wrinkles, creases, and frowns. Are we really going to do this? He sighs. Fine. Everyone here knows me. I've been here since the wound was little more than a band of frightened children, afraid of this new home and ours. Afraid of this new home of ours. Living here is a never-ending test. If the bane don't kill you, the water will. My magic has saved many from the early stages of the withering rot. How many of you wouldn't be here today without my help? How many will be here tomorrow without it? Jaspos will fill your head about some glorious future for the wound. I won't. I happen to have the gall to think that a simple, quiet life where we're masters of our own destiny is worth more than a mountain of rings. This family stays strong and safe if we are take careful, measured steps and protect our own. I know I haven't had your unconditional support, but I trust you understand what I've done and will continue to do for the good of this place. I would like to think my actions as a leader speak for themselves. Noted. The scribe dutifully dictates the proceedings. Have you anything to say about Wagstaff's account, Fatebinder? So, again, I have options here. Others have suffered so that you could provide clean water for the wound, but your intentions were noble, and the results did indeed save lives. The pain you inflicted upon the beastman was unacceptable. You did it to provide clean water, but it was a poor, short-sighted decision. Both you and Jaspos had to go to extreme lengths to provide clean water for the wound, but your methods were ultimately better. And Jaspos is a skilled mason, and this place is mostly stone. What do you offer that Jaspos cannot? Yeah, let's... Jaspos is a skilled mason, and this place is mostly stone. What do you offer that Jaspos cannot? I will not speak poorly of Jaspos' craft. His contributions are numerous and admirable, but his stone-splitting strength is meaningless against the bane. And, need I point out, we are as surrounded by water as we are stone. Can Jaspos help us if this place begins to flood? I think not. Moving on. We've heard from both parties now. Have you come to a decision, Fatebinder? Reef Talon will lead Bastard's Wound. Jaspos is the best choice to lead the wound. Wagstaff is the most sensible choice, or none of you have proven yourselves to be infallible leaders. I will govern Bastard's Wound myself. I am most tempted... I'm actually kind of tempted for this one here because I was originally trying to bring this under the court. But I don't want to take responsibility for a rebel enclave. Reef Talon will lead Bastard's Wound. The Beast Woman steps forward hesitatingly. Is Fatebinder certain? Reef Talon's mystic strength brought great harm to human kith. Beast Woman only wants to help Wound Tribe, must not bring harm again. She glances at the pads of her hands.
I sure hope this is a wise decision. If we return to a den of sleepless, chances are we screwed up.
The Beast Woman? Do you jest, Fatebinder? Or does this exploit some loophole in the Overlord's legal code?
A choice after my own heart. Let the biggest, baddest, beastiest bitch run the whole fucking show.
If I may interject, I must say that Reef Talon has proven her capacity for leadership in the past. While I'm certain all parties present have the interests of the wounds at heart, I dare say the Beast Woman is uniquely positioned to shepherd us through these strange times. Your powers are dangerous, but only if you use them on humans. We only need your strength and conviction to lead the wound. Good. Reef Talon does not want to risk lives of human kith with dark magic, but Woundkin hunters will continue to grow strong with Mending Rites as ally. Scourge beasts cannot harm wound warriors with Beast Woman as prima. She stares down her rivals with a menacing dare. Blood feud between Ocean Mystic and Stone Smasher has grown into endless poison. Reef Talon will again hold squabbling humans down until silent like unruly cubs. The Beast Woman rises to her full height. Reef Talon is prima, of Wound Tribe. Will fight so clan may grow strong. Excuse me. Fatebinder, I hope I've shown to the court that I'm a reasonable man, but I must protest this decision. I find it difficult to understand how you can advocate on behalf of this deserter of a beast. She abandoned us, and now we are to view her as a leader? Let's not forget her penchant for transforming people into babbling, incoherent idiots. You would have us put this freak at the head of our table? I've chosen one of your own to lead. Do not test my charity. With a pained expression, Jaspos bows his head and speaks with an uncharacteristically restrained voice. I'll abide by the Fatebinder's judgment. Your word is law. I'll be damned if I take orders from... Wagstaff stops himself and exhales loudly. A Fatebinder's law is as capricious as the sea, but one does not argue with the sea. You won't suffer any more prickly words from me about this matter. The gathered crowd seems to finally release their collective breath. Shoulders slacken, as do the grips held on various hilts and handles. Mel slowly lowers the scroll held up to his face with the look of a stunned battlefield survivor. So, the matter has been settled. Thank you all for remaining calm during these trying times. Folks, please return to your homes and give yourselves time to accept the steps we must now take for the wound's future. And Fatebinder, thank you for bringing this matter to an end. This settlement's prosperity may rest upon the wisdom of your decision. A small smirk appears on his face. Kairos help us all. The crowd slowly breaks apart, returning to the settlement with nervous talk of the events that just unfolded. Soon, the crumbling overlook is bereft of commotion, and the tranquil sound of waterfalls fills the area. The blue-tinged beast bows as you approach, lowering to her knees and elbows in a deep bow of supplication. Slowly, her head rises to meet your gaze. Reef Talon is busy with tribe. Is good, yep, but... The beast pauses in a long sigh. Is more problems than easy prey, but is plenty fitting Reef Talon, not no sleep. Must apologize, have little time to discuss. Best warriors die hunting Reef Talon. Best mystics no longer motivated by chase to make many things. Beast woman teach show new pack, and loom over lazy humans until chore's done. String not found, my favorite achievement. We'll watch over tribe. Woundkin shall not perish. So I'm just going to tab out to Steam to see what the Bastard Tribe install Reef Talon in a position of authority over the Bastard's Wound, and let sleeping abominations lie, resolve the troubles of Bastard's Wound without slaying the resident havoc. So I'm actually going to take, I try not to do this too much, but in this case I'm going to take a peek at the Tyranny wiki. I'm mostly curious about Okay, so apparently if you instead choose to rule yourself and pick a deputy, no one will complain. Okay, here we go. So head to the teleporter by Jaspos's Forge and activate it with the Wellspring Cascade Keystone. Enter the area, approach the camp to the northeast. The gathering will appear, composed of Jaspos, Wagstaff, and if you saved her from doubt, Reef Talon. The decision will be between them 3 or 2 and ruling it yourself, which prompts you to choose a deputy, rule by missives, or force them to work together. Once the decision is done, if choice for leader is made, those who weren't picked will argue with your decision. With Athletics 60, you can intimidate them into submission. Otherwise, you'll have to kill them all. If you instead choose to rule yourself and pick a deputy, no one will complain. Your decisions here will affect the ending slides for the wound. Oh, it says here for the most... Oh, interesting. So, yeah. Apparently, I did not go for the most harmonious ending. Your decisions here will affect the ending slides for the wound. For the most harmonious ending, Reef Talon must be made leader and convinced to use her powers again. And Wagstaff and Jaspos must be praised for their water cleansing efforts and their dark secrets hidden from the gathering. Which I definitely didn't do. So I don't normally like doing wiki stuff, but I think this is pretty, I think what I've done is irreversible. So now there seem to me to be a couple of areas in Bastard's Wound that I haven't explored yet. Oh yes, and there were the companion conversations. So I'm going to do this in a few, oh, you know what? I probably can't even get to the other parts of the... We'll see.
Can't do that.
After the humiliation earlier, please just let me work in privacy, please. She glances away, avoiding eye contact with you. Can't say it isn't interesting watching you work, Binder. Something I can do for you? Must be going. So if I head through this... Right, this is the garden. Seems like it does let me go back, so I think it just forced me to... try the Abyss for the start. So I'm not necessarily complaining about it, but it does kind of feel like this is the ending of Bastard's Wound, it does feel a little abrupt. And then yeah, there doesn't...
Sorry, I can't.
There definitely are a couple parts of the... there's definitely a couple of parts of this area that I don't know how to access. The undulating coils of luminous energy atop this platform seem curiously at peace for Urbane. And I guess this is the funny thing, like, this is introduced, but, like, this, so I definitely get the feeling like we're not at the end of the Bastard's Wound content. Because I have no idea what this is. And we have a couple of parts of the the region that we, like, basically that we haven't explored. Still so vibrant. You'll be like us in time, but do not fear. The emptiness is not all bad. But I guess the natural question is, what do I think is going to change? Because we've kind of done all of this stuff before. We've tried all the variations with the different rooms and such. So as interested as I am to see what I mean, maybe my last step is to examine Okay, here's what I think I'm going to do. I will try each of these teleport to actually... Oh, interesting. Okay. So unless I can figure out a way to get on this... Oh, hang on. Okay. This is red keystones and... So I'm going to guess here, when I step on this thing, it's going to be a yellow one. No, it's a red one. Okay, so that's a yellow one. That's a yellow one, but I think I know where that goes. The only one I'm not so sure about is where this one goes. So I'm definitely willing to say that I haven't seen everything in Bastard's Wound, but I'm also not sure what unlocks these next ones, which under normal circumstances I would say means I'm not done with the DLC, but of course the game is going to have to draw my attention to the next part. So what I might do, I'll stop by Wagstaff. We'll sort of talk to everyone on our way there. And I'll sort of take the long way around back to the... I hope you made the right call, Faintbinder. Everyone's mad at me. So yeah, we'll take the long way around. I imagine the only person who's going to want to talk to me will be Mel. But again, we'll go through the area. If this is going to be our last pass through Bastard's Wound, then... Welcome back, Fatebinder. You're always welcome at Walsmart. He frowns. Was that too many welcomes? I stock staple foods and potions you expect from an Azure merchant at a haven value, all in the comfort of the old walls. Go away, I have nothing to say to you. Greetings, Fatebinder. I did not expect to see you back so soon. The wound has been mostly harmonious since you last saw us. Is there anything I can help with? Who's in charge here? Reef Talon still guides us, just as you left. What do Wagstaff and Jaspos argue about? Few things that matter. I do not mean to belittle those men, but I often feel like they both demand exaltation, and more importantly, whatever adoration someone else is getting. He clears his throat, turning red with a smile. Through their magic, they make life possible here, and we look up to them. I think they both feel a genuine sense of duty to protect us all. Too bad they don't get along despite this shared goal. Talk to them directly if you want to see what I mean. Keep in mind, things weren't always like this. The Beastwoman Reef Talon had a way of keeping things civil, but since her disappearance, old grievances have re-emerged. I guess this is the last place to check. Otherwise, we are getting out of here.
Interesting.
On the lookout.
Oh! That makes sense. Okay, so it's basically the big Bane thingy in the middle. That's the... Okay, actually, again, I don't normally feel good about this, but at this point I'd be leaving the wall and not coming back unless there's a note. So this will be a case where I'm going to go back to that wiki. Or did I just get rid of it? I'm a little curious on this one, so I'll just see. What's the right way for me to... apparently there's an achievement, Bastard Wounder. Wipe out Bastard's wound after condemning it in dialogue with Mel. Interesting. I didn't realize that was an option. So apparently you buy the DLC so you can so you can completely wipe it out. Okay. Interesting. So it seems like there are... Yeah, so it seems like there's a torch key that's not in Bastard's Wound that opens a room, and by process of elimination, I'm guessing it's that last one, but it doesn't really say... Okay, Lullaby is a character in Bastard's Wound. Lullaby is a curious type of havoc sitting curiously on a pedestal. Huh. Okay, so the interaction, apparently the thing is called Lullaby, and apparently it's only if I go to fight with the Beast Woman. So that is it for Bastard's Wound. We can go back to the main quest here. So again, it's extinguishing the flames. So we're going to be lifting the edict on the burning library. Trial of Archons and Seats of Power, I think, will be progressing as we go through the main story. But I did say that we were going to talk with the companions. So, back to Lantry.
One moment, my friend. Just let me finish this thought.
Let's discuss current matters.
Of course. How can I help?
What are your thoughts on our traveling associates? I think we've covered that, but...
Are you asking for an objective assessment? Of course. How can I? All kinds of things. My mind is old, memory's a sieve. Keeping track of you, noting what I hear of the war, scribbling down reminders to myself, that sort of thing.
Let's speak of something else.
Of course. How can I help? I am nothing if not a semi-reliable font of knowledge. What did you want to discuss?
I'd like to know more about you. Okay, let's speak of something else.
I am nothing if not a semi-reliable font of knowledge. What did you want to discuss?
Let us discuss arcane matters.
And I'd be happy to oblige. Ever since the fall of the Vellum Citadel, it is hard to find someone with whom I can discuss such things.
Are you familiar with the old walls?
Familiar is a relative term. I think I know more than most, but it's a subject of mystery, even to the scholars. Though, I must admit, in addition to my reading, I've ventured into the old walls on occasion. And soiled many undergarments in the process.
Do you know who built them, or why? We can only seem to agree that they were built. There's no consensus as to who did it. We generally use the old realms or older realms when describing the folk that must have done all this construction ages ago. That's also where the young realms got their name, indirectly. Azure, Stalwart, and all of them are older than you and I, but compared to the old walls, they're babies. As for the why, that's anybody's guess. I've always assumed it's an ancient road and an aqueduct network. If you just need to fence off your neighbors, you wouldn't have such elaborate, expansive masonry on the inside. What sorts of things have you seen in the old walls? Aside from the terrifying Bane, well, every section of the old walls has its own jaw-dropping architecture. I've seen bridges that move when someone is near, mystical barriers that must have been standing for eons. And I've seen remains, so many remains, a lot of them sages from centuries past, or hapless drifters that must have been desperate for shelter. What fascinates me are most are the symbols found on the interior architecture. I can't help but think that if we shared notes with other Old Walls explorers, we might someday decipher their meanings. Kairos forbids exploration of the Old Walls. Did the Tearsmen have similar laws? In typical Younger Realms fashion, entering the Old Walls was never illegal, but plundering them was. The logic being, that which rests in the Old Walls belongs to your local ruler, not you. The noble houses made a point of buying up anything that came out of the Old Walls. Plenty of ancient stuff in there, but sometimes you find stuff that's just a generation old, left by the last fool trying to search for treasure. If you've been through the Old Walls, you must be familiar with the Bane. More so than is healthy. I've seen one rip a young scribe in half with its nebulous talons, and I run away from more than my fair share of angry Bane. That sounds redundant. They all seem angry. Heard all sorts of theories on the Bane. Heard they were dead mages. The nightmares of Archons come to life. One sage believes they're Kairos' children. Guess if you have enough ink and parchment, you can crap out any dumb idea. I profess to know very little and stick to what can be observed. They appear cunning, but lacking language, and they have an animal-like quality, but they seem drawn only to magic and commotion. Food and water seem irrelevant to them. Let's speak of something else.
And I'd be happy to oblige. Ever since the fall of the Vellum Citadel, it is hard to find someone with whom I can discuss such things.
What do you know of the spires? History used to say that the older realms built the spires. These days you'll hear children repeating that Kairos built them. Guess that's the new history? There are spires all over Terratus, though I don't know the count. Maybe 40 or so? 5 of them are in the tiers, and generally the spires follow the old walls, even occurring at junctions in the old masonry. The mountain spire is a notable exception. The other spires in the tiers connect to the old walls, but the mountain spire is just freestanding, a sore thumb in the middle of the tiers. Any idea as to their purpose? Lightning rod? Perch from which to survey the lands below? Signposts for a society of folks that flew like birds? On this matter, I have only conjecture and flights of fancy. The best hypothesis I've heard is that they were all built at sites of major settlements now long gone, so maybe their haphazard placement is a hint about how the maps of old might have looked. Any idea as to why magic works better near the spires? The sages liken the phenomenon to heat radiating from a candle. The air is just thicker with the magic the closer you get to the spire. It can be deadly, trying to work spells close to a spire if you aren't wise to the effect. I'd be famous if I could tell you why this happened. I've always assumed that they are the magical equivalent of river sources. Just as water endlessly flows from certain special sites, so too are there places where magic pours endlessly from a natural source. Any idea who built that structure on top of the mountain spire? Know any sculptors with superhuman strength and the power to fly? If not, I'm out of ideas. Structurally speaking, it looks vaguely, and I do mean vaguely, similar to the sculptures in the old Academy of Tides. But if that were the case, I think we'd know more. The symbols on the structure certainly look like they could be related to the symbols found in the old walls, so I'm all but certain that the structure was built by the same craftsman that built the spire. Let's speak of something else.
And I'd be happy to oblige. Ever since the fall of the Vellum Citadel, it is hard to find someone with whom I can discuss such things.
Let's speak of other matters. So, what's on your mind? Did you want to discuss matters of the present, or would you prefer a more scholarly rant? I have some questions for you.
I am nothing if not a semi-reliable font of knowledge. What did you want to discuss?
I think more about you was empty, yeah.
I am nothing if not a semi-reliable font of knowledge. And I'd be happy to oblige. I am nothing if... And I'd be happy to oblige. Ever since the fall... Of course. How can I help? I am nothing if not a semi-reliable font of knowledge. Well, you might want to ask a more soldierly type about the armies, but do you want to talk about the Archons or other mages?
I wanted to ask about the Archons. I know much of such luminaries, so I am careful with my words, but ask if you must. Tell me about Graven Ash, Archon of War.
Ash has served with Kairos for a mere century, but he has been a reliable general and level-headed warlord. Certainly when compared to some of the more bloodthirsty Archons to serve under Kairos. I'm not saying the disfavored are merciful. I'm just saying I've read the stories of the Archon of Blood and know it could be worse. I know Graven Ash can defend his soldiers from far away. Ash's Aegis is the term us Arcanophiles have taken to calling it. Not surprisingly, Graven Ash is beloved by his troops. I mean, if Tunon could mystically protect you from cudgels and sharp sticks from leagues away, you'd like him more.
Tell me about the Voices of Nerat, Archon of Secrets. The Voices of Nerat is one of Kairos' most dangerous and unpredictable servants. He can pull memories, whole personalities, if you believe some reports, from his victims, and over time this has created a single Archon with the knowledge of countless lifetimes. He and I were in written contact as part of the taking of the Vellum Citadel. Though I exchanged very few words with him, it was readily apparent that the Voices of Nerat doesn't see people, he sees uses. What do you know about Tunon, Archon of Justice? First, I suppose I should ask what you know of him. He's true to his core mission. He is fair and just. Fair and just by your measure, that is. Tunon, Archon of Justice, exists in texts spanning back hundreds of years. I can't say I know how he came to be the Overlord's adjudicator, maybe you know that one, but he oversaw the conquest of the Tundra Sovereigns, and they bowed to Kairos in the year 83. Know anything about Bledden Mark, Archon of Shadows? Very little. His name is not printed in many texts. I know that he is sworn to Tunon and acts as his assassin. I know he goes back a long ways, though. I've assumed that he's served Kairos about as long as Tunon, give or take. What of Siren, Archon of Song?
Not the youngest Archon in history, but certainly one of the younger, and history has yet to write much about her. And if I happen to be the first to write about her, well, that will look nice for my legacy.
Did you know Cairn, Archon of Stone? Of him, I know very little. I believe he was the wild man of the hills that Graven Ash subdued in 402, but only one source suggests that link. He was famous for being, well, a big sour jerk. It seems he let his mouth run off about Kairos, and that was the end of his story. Let's speak of something else.
I am nothing if not a semi-reliable font of knowledge. What did you want to discuss?
I have questions about our allies and enemies.
Well, you might want to ask a more soldierly type about the armies, but do you want to talk about the Archons or other mages?
What do you know of the mage guilds? More than I will readily admit. Which guild? What do you know about the Earthshakers? It takes a strange bird to wish to emulate Cairn, Archon of Stone, but what do I know? A whole cult sprung up to worship the man. This cult became known as the Earthshakers Guild, and even their weak imitations of his magic can fill the land with tremors. Cairn answered to Graven Ash, meaning the Earthshakers, are military allies of the disfavored. At least that's how it was. Cairn's treachery demanded retribution from Kairos, and this has destroyed the reputation of the Earthshaker Guild. Many assume a treacherous teacher would breed traitorous disciples. Tell me about the Forgebound. The Forgebound are a guild from the Northern Empire. Their magic is a bit different from the sigils you or I know. They study a slower, more rigid style of magic than they use to become one with their forging tools. The Forgebound know that the secret of turning grey rock into fine iron, and none have yet replicated this feat of craftsmanship. What they do is truly unique, and they teach their craft by practice and lecture, little of which is written down. What of the Blood Chanters? The Blood Chanters are a motley, to call them a proper guild insults all other traditions. Most of their number were members of the School of Wild Wrath, but they sold their loyalty to the Voices of Nerat. Hello, Vanguard Master. How are you doing tonight? The Blood Chanters Guild, the personal mage cabal of the Voices of Nerat, Archon of Secrets, are not a storied institution, but rather a very recent organization. Founded just prior to the conquest, the Blood Chanters draw their magic from the Sigil of Siren, Archon of Song, from which they draw their spells of passion, fear, frenzy, and other emotional manipulations, and from the fire magic of Thousand Embers, Archon of Fire, as practiced by the now defunct School of Wild Wrath. Good to hear. Hope the progress is going well for you. They brought with them their fire magic, adopted from the long-dead Thousand Embers, Archon of Fire. Guess it's of little surprise that fire mages would find a welcome home in the chorus. One of the most influential but briefly lived Archons born in the tiers. Thousand Embers, 26 TR to 73 TR, Archon of Fire had a knack for making things combust, and strong motivation to assist his fellow man, a fact of great relief to most, as none of the local lords could pay their soldiers enough to apprehend him had he cared to use his power for extortion or destruction. Obsessed more with writing, he penned a number of exploring inner fire, the human drive to eat, reproduce, and destroy, containing a great deal of introspection on his own use of fire. When he disappeared in 73 TR, it took all of 3 years for a cabal of mages to appear claiming to be the true inheritors of his power. This school of Wild Wrath had a rough understanding of Thousand Embers' command of fire, but rough was enough. Fire is not a medium that calls for finesse. While the School of Wild Wrath have long told the story that Thousand Embers is literally living as 1,000 embers, waiting to reconstruct himself when the time is right, a few of the Fatebinders who work very closely with Bled and Mark happen to know the Archon of Shadows made the rare gesture of inviting him 3 times to join with Kairos before offering an ultimatum ending in or die. But fire is now one of their tricks. Their real trick is their magic of passion, frenzy, and fear. Such magic is based on the Sigil of Siren, Archon of Song. Are there other guilds in the tiers? The big three, Ink, Tide, and Wrath, pushed out most of the other schools ages ago. History makes note of the Cutters, the School of Flowering Winter, and a few others that did not survive the little wars our schools would wage, but I know little of these footnote schools.
Well, you might want to ask a more... I am nothing if not a semi-reliable font of knowledge. What did you want to discuss?
What can you tell me of the School of Ink and Quill?
You mean what's left of them? What would you like to know?
What's the core philosophy of the School of Ink and Quill?
The sages are archivists, academicians, and arcanists. Our mission is to preserve the knowledge of today for the good of tomorrow. Though we are known for our magic, few realize that most sages concern themselves with scribal work. Only a select few have the talent or focus to work the sigils. Each sage benefited from the scrolls of learning that came before him, and so each sage must repay this boon by gathering, authoring, or translating new texts to the stacks. But all that's a bit generous. It's no secret that the sages were far more happy to add knowledge than to share it.
Why did the sages resist Kairos?
Why, indeed. As historians, it is our place to document, not direct. Let others rage and resist. Ours is the duty to record. The decision to defy Kairos was not unanimous, nor one decided upon lightly. The laws of Kairos would forbid much of the knowledge contained in the Vellum Citadel. The elder sages feared, rightly perhaps, that the Overlord would put an end to our tradition of stockpiling knowledge. The Battle of the Vellum Citadel was a battle to preserve knowledge, but our actions will be remembered as treason against the will of Kairos.
Tell me a bit about the school's history.
The sages trace their days to a generation after Five Wives, when the first settlers moved west. The Vellum Citadel began as a scholastic retreat, slowly blossoming into the finest library in the continent across the generations.
The Five Wives is the name for both the historic landfall of seafaring human settlers on the Tiers, as well as the name for the archipelago where the first, now largely abandoned, settlements were founded. In centuries past, the historic event was known more properly as the Five Wives and the Seven Husbands. For, as the story goes, 7 ships made landfall, and after 2 seasons of difficult living, the 7 husbands got back on their boats to see what else was nearby, and all perished. Many suggest that this is just a parable used to explain the gender roles of land ownership and admiralty in the Tiers, but the nobility take the origin story quite seriously, and nearly every noble house in the Tiers has a family mythology linking them back to these 5 fabled matriarchs.
The centuries fly by, and suddenly, the Vellum Citadel is the definitive archive in the Tiers. The sages branched out into carrying missives for wealthy clients, training noble children to read. The peasants may have feared us, but we remained useful enough to the kings and queens of the Tiers to avoid war. When Kairos came to the Tiers, that's when our hubris came back to haunt us. The elder sages, the other elder sages, not I, believed our spellcraft was enough to ward off any siege. Well, we know how that turned out.
What sort of sigils do the sages practice?
Traditionally, we use magic only so that we may observe and archive. So that means magic of concealment and protection. But, in truth, we have amassed a great wealth of knowledge. Before the Vellum Citadel fell, any given subject of magic had at least one sage practicing it.
Speak of something else. That's all for now.
My Lord Binder, you have something which requires my attention?
Barrick salutes as he turns to greet you.
What can I do for you?
So we're just going to go through all the dialogue options here, but I'm not going to do like the full dialogue. I'm really just going to be looking to see if there's anything we haven't talked about yet.
Suffice it to say, my armor and I will not be separated for the time being. When the war is over, perhaps Tunon will lend me one of his forge-bound. Until then, here I remain. My armor saved me from the destruction of Stalwart, where thousands of others lost their lives. So you can see why I continue to wear it. For the time being, we will not be separated. Good. Let's move on to another.
What do you think of our circumstances? The Overlord will not stand for civil war between the Archons. I would like to think that Tunon would broker a peace between the two, but there is too much hostility between Graven Ash and the voices of Nerat. We are not powerless to help the situation. We could try to find ways to stop the voices of Nerat, or discredit him in the Overlord's eyes. If the voices were eliminated, the chorus would collapse and the infighting would cease. What are your thoughts on me and my deeds? The disfavored hold you in high regard. The Legion is wary of letting outsiders bury our refuse, much less fight among our ranks, so take the compliment for what it's worth, filthy outsider. Any reservations aside, your military record speaks for itself. You are Tunon's Fatebinder, and my opinions on the matter don't come into it one way or the other. What do you think of our travel companions? I'm more accustomed to traveling in the company of soldiers, so I am out of practice judging the worth of civilians and miscreants. If you have anyone particular in mind, I will give them some thought. What do you think of Kills and Shadow? A fascinating specimen, to be sure, though I'm loath to tolerate Beastmen serving under the banner of Kairos, even if I must admit that her strength and tenacity have inspired me. Before I get too far ahead of myself, I do not think that she would hesitate to hunt you for sport if the whim appealed to her. Be warned. What do you think of Siren? She's complicated and volatile, even by an Archon standards. Kairos took a significant risk by inviting Siren into the hierarchy. It would have been much simpler to kill her than risk unleashing her power upon Terratus. Yet I am glad that Siren is with us. She brings innocence and dignity to a conflict that too often lacks either quality. Let's speak of something else. As you like. Have you ever noticed that you fight particularly well together?
The thought has crossed my mind from time to time. During the many battles of the Conquest, we found ourselves standing back to back with enemies on all sides on more than one occasion.
The big guy here is as useless as an empty scabbard without his phalanx to keep him alive, but I move fast enough to compensate for it. And it's nice having a living wall of rusted iron I can use for cover.
Do you think this is because of your shared heritage?
If you want to attach some arcane meaning to the whole thing, be my guest. I couldn't tell you for sure. I doubt that a capable tactician could explain why certain soldiers learn to rely on each other.
In the disfavored ranks, the Oathbound seem to know more about synchronizing their efforts, and the same could be argued for the Scarlet Furies. I don't know how they pair up their units, but it isn't by virtue of blood.
How do you think this is possible?
I would suggest that our fighting styles complement each other, but they do not. I would suggest that we get along, but we do not. We don't even finish each other's
sentences. Okay, that was strange. Did you hear that? The next time I catch a whiff of Barrick's meaning, I'm keeping my mouth shut.
Enough. Let's be off.
At your service, Fatebinder.
Verse bows with an added flourish.
What do you need?
So again, we'll do the same thing that we did with her and Barrick, so...
If you insist. I'm a Scarlet... What? I won't. Until then, I plan to take whatever I can from life and have a little fun along the way.
Tell me about your life before the chorus, or... What is the significance of your feathers? We are getting awfully chummy, so I guess you deserve a story. My mother kept a messenger bird, Witterbeak. He was an angry old bastard, spoiled from living the high life. Squawked in my window every single night. Pecked my fingers while I fed him only the fattest, juiciest mice. When I left the farm to join the Scarlet Chorus, I wrung that ungrateful little fucker like a dish rag, plucked his feathers, and gave his carcass to the mice. Felt like justice. She slides a crimson feather from her hair and spins it in her fingers. I also like how the feathers catch the breeze. Helps me keep my balance, especially when I'm moving fast. She slips the feather among the others and smooths it back. I have questions about your past. How is it that you picked up your fallen sister's weapon skills? That's been on my mind for some time. I I still don't have an explanation that fits. I have a few ideas, but Verse frowns in deep thought. Scarlet Furies share a sort of link. It's how we coordinate our dance in the heat of battle. We don't pass messages or anything, but our emotions and intentions sync up without words. She starts worrying one of her knives. After a moment, she sighs and slaps the blade back into its sheath. Go on. The one thing I always knew was I felt this connection more keenly than my sisters did. I could pick up nuances in what they missed, and I could feel them from further away. When my sisters died, I felt each of them getting yanked out of my brain like someone pulling snails from a garden, but some of their slime residue was still there. Does that make any sense? You should exploit this skill to the fullest potential. Skill? I'm not sure I'd call it that. There's something parasitic about it, but I take your point. If there's an advantage to this thing I'm experiencing, I'm not above using it against our foes. Alright, have a good night, Diluted Daybreak. I'll probably be wrapping up reasonably soon myself, although I do have a habit of sometimes going a little bit later than planned. Tell me about your time with the Scarlet Chorus.
The Scarlet Chorus is mostly for madmen and peasants with rusty daggers, but it's also a little niche of freedom that I never had. Once I survived training and met my Scarlet Fury sisters, I saw a different side of the Howling Mob.
Tikri, lovely to see you. How you doing tonight? Right, so we've done that.
What do you need to know?
What are your thoughts on the disfavored? Okay. What do you think of those who defy Kairos' authority? The Tearsmen can either fight or submit to Kairos' peace, and only one of those options captures my interest. I suppose I appreciate when they go down fighting. If they did otherwise, I would need to find another excuse to flay them. They need to understand whether we unify the Tears under a shared banner or at the bottom of a mass grave makes little difference to you, me, or Kairos. Did you fight in any notable battles? I spent some time in Azure towards the end of the war. Beastmen ripped my unit apart. We thought they might be working under Cairn's orders, but we never found out for sure. Let's change the subject. Sleepy. You couldn't read, so you had to stop what I was doing early. I didn't... I hope you do get a chance. I actually just had coffee, so I am up and definitely not definitely not sleepy. But I mean, I tend to be able to I actually do tend to be able to fall asleep even if I've had a coffee, but I don't know. I really only had one in the morning, and I was feeling like I wanted it, and I needed to pick me up, so I got it. I also think can't do caffeine. Yes, sorry. Although I think there's like a matcha drink that you like. I'm trying to remember. I remember it was green, but I also think matcha would be caffeine, so I could be mistaken. Maybe it was green lemonade, but then I have to wonder why it was green. Green tea flavored, that's it. All right. I want to ask about our travels. I also think we're at the end of Bastard's Wound, Creasy. Actually, I mean, it's always nice to see you, but you picked not a bad time because we'll be back to the main game. It tastes nothing like green tea. All right, I want to ask about our travels.
What did you have in mind?
What do you think of our present circumstances? I don't know in what brain-addled state you thought the disfavored were the army to support, but I see you're committed to it. Of course, you're free to do as you like. Zigzagging around the tiers, pissing off authorities as we go? I suppose there are worse ways to occupy one's time. Any particular reason you've chosen to travel with me? I mean, other than my green eyes and mysterious charisma?
Well, if you're baiting me for a compliment, you're talking to the wrong girl. I don't have a gang anymore, and I wouldn't throw in my lot with any of the killers floating around the Scarlet Chorus ranks. The fact of the matter is you're doing important work, even if you stumble and flail along the way. If that puts me at odds with my Scarlet Chorus ties, so be it. I'm not such a camp follower that I don't look after my interests first. And I find you interesting.
What do you think of our travel companions? Anyone in particular? What do you think of Kills and Shadow? I've been watching her fight. She's fierce in the way that the Scarlet Chorus could use to our advantage. We've tried to conscript beastmen in the past, but the results have been less than successful. In truth, the results have been ugly. It's tough to capture something that a net won't hold, and often as not, we either need to talk her kind into conscripting or murder them through that, murder enough of them that only the weak are left. What do you think of Siren? Take this in the spirit in which it's intended. If I had her kind of power at that age, the last thing I would do is take orders from you. You may think you're leading her around, but it might be the opposite. Would any of us even know the difference? All I need to know about Siren is that she scares Kairos. That pretty much says it all. Back to my previous questions.
Go ahead, Fatebinder.
Have you ever noticed that you, sorry, well, this is back the same line here, but have you noticed that you fight particularly well together?
The thought has crossed my mind from time to time. During
The big guy here is as useless as an empty...
Yeah, we've definitely done that before. Okay, so there'll probably be more to talk about at the spires. But I think we are due to go to Effigy. Now, interestingly enough, it doesn't necessarily seem... Doesn't seem like it's a shortcut to go to the spires, but I am going to go to the spires just so I can... mostly, I want to just take care of the various crafting options and such. Sunset Spire in Lethian's Crossing. It will take you 2 days, 4 hours, 15 minutes to complete your journey from Bastard's Wound to Sunset Spire, Lethian's Crossing. What I might also do here is... Actually, I should have gone to the Mountain Spire, but that's fine. Yeah, so this is kind of what I wanted to make sure I was doing, collecting the items and doing whatever upgrades I could. But...
Good day, Fatebinder. It's always nice to see you.
Siren smiles and blushes at her words.
What do you need?
What do you think of your travel companions?
Are we trading in gossip now, Fatebinder? Or are you collecting information to use against us?
She arches her eyebrows inquisitively.
What do you want to know about?
Well, looks like we've
What do you need?
exhausted the options. Okay.
Well then, let's go. If you're gonna teach me the wonders of the world, it's not gonna happen here.
Okay, so I'm going to switch out...
Goodbye to you
Be
too.
seeing you, Fatebinder.
I will return to our holdfast at once.
Okay, I wasn't planning on doing the upgrades here, but I will.
That's twice now you've undone one of Kairos' edicts. If you're trying to invite the wrath of the Overlord, good job. The Edict of Storms promised to be the death of the peninsula. I have no idea how the Unbroken lasted as long as they did. What with the blighted crops, obliterated roads, and the erratic flooding. What is it you need?
We should discuss matters at hand.
Well, we're working with the disfavored. You want my advice? My advice would be to get close to Graven Ash and plunge a poisoned shiv in his ear.
Graven Ash is my ally. I won't entertain such treachery.
I will never understand why deceit is the first instinct of all Tearsmen. You are right to take offense.
Yeah, right. I'm speaking out of line. But I don't really know what to say here. I hate the disfavored, but I'm sworn to your cause, so my honest opinion won't do anyone any good. Now we're working with the disfavored. You want my advice?
I will never...
Yeah, right. I'm speaking out of... Ask away. Not entirely sure. Ask away.
What do you make of Siren?
We've all heard legends of child archons, but Siren is the real thing. She's so very jaded for her age. But I'd be a sour ninny shitter too if I had a contraption stuck on my head limiting my greatness. I'll tell you this much. Her hatred of the voices of Narad is either genuine or a most fantastic act. But being a giant liar, I know another liar when I see one. And I'd wager this gripe is sincere.
I'm well aware that she may have already said something to me to make me more comfortable with her presence. And if she did, how would I know she's influencing me or not? If she's playing me, I applaud how well she's doing it. Tell me about your thoughts on Kills in Shadow.
So long as she doesn't perceive you weak enough to challenge, Kills in Shadow should prove a fearsome, loyal retainer.
I find it strange. In humans, Kairos' invasion spawned despair, surrender, rage. But the Beastmen seem almost indifferent to Kairos and unshaken by the constant state of war the Tears have seen.
And Kills in Shadow adopts this optimism more than any. Seems she has no room to be sad about what the Overlord has destroyed. She seems to care only about what can be carved out of what remains. I'll try to find inspiration in that. Ask away. What is it you need?
Okay, so I might as well take care of the upgrade. So Kills in Shadow. Now that surprises me. I was originally going to go for the Might, but... So Ebb, I figure... lore and tide casting. And then Siren, I guess it would be performance. Interesting. Okay, we need at least one more point. So 2 claw hit attack. First dazes the target, second weakens them, and reduce the duration of any harmful effects. Yeah, we'll do raking slash. Disembowel, use both claws to rip the target's stomach wide open, deals best of slash pierce damage, leaving the target bleeding. So title, we need at least one more point, so we can do while in combat. Ed grants herself and nearby allies a bonus movement to speed. Not terrible, but we can do better. Ebb summons water from the target's blood and tissue, then erupts out of them in a surge, dealing massive damage in the process. And Student of Magic, bonus damage dealt by magic staves. So, turn to the source. Apparently I need one more for Repelling Nova. Oh, we need Repelling Wave, okay. Or I can just go straight to Gravelight, but I don't know. Something kind of nice about getting the top tier. And Siren looks like we got all the songs. So Aria of Nightmares recalls a nightmare and begins to sing. The power in her voice creates an embodiment of her memory that will terrify and torment her foes. The ones we haven't done, so there's Cry of Despair. When she's defeated, her final breath unleashes a potent wave of vengeful emotion. All enemies become weak and dazed and frightened. Or Rapid Tempo accelerates her vocal progressions, increasing the speed of her songs and causing her to move through each stanza more quickly. I mean, that seems like a nice bonus. Well, we'll get the intel now. So, in the year 430 TR, Kairos, the Overlord, proclaimed the edict over Velum Citadel in the contested lands. It is our most solemn duty to protect the citizens of our empire from all dangers, including the danger of knowledge that is forbidden. Let those who, in their burning arrogance, hold tightly to this lore be consumed by our wrath. Therefore, let the fires of Terratus rise up and consume them for as long as forbidden knowledge lies within the heart of the Vellum Citadel. At some point I do want to do the upgrade the spells as well, but we'll worry about that later. The main reason, so getting the dialogue was one thing I wanted to do, but I also wanted to clear out the various upgrades. So again, here we're looking for light armor. So if it wasn't opportunist, I would have actually switched into the light leather vest. I'm still slightly inclined to trying to take this. Yeah, so nothing too special there. So, I mean, I guess at this point, it's really just a question in terms of what do I compare. So there's no armor to put on the Beastwoman, so we really just need to see if there's a stronger weapon that we can equip. This is a one-hander, right? It doesn't seem like there is. Okay, so that's easy. Let's focus on armor. It's a nobleman's tunic. There's definitely room for upgrades here. Now the recovery worries me a little bit, but on the other hand, I'm not so sure we need... I'll debate on this, because Ebb shouldn't be... I don't know, I think in most cases Ebb shouldn't be on the front lines. So by that logic, these light leather gloves don't work either. It's basically the same logic as Lantry's loadout. This, on the other hand, is a better nobleman's hat. And the merchant's boot compared to the heavy cloth sandals, so that works too. Okay, and then Siren, again, similar argument, I suppose. We wouldn't want to increase the recovery. And it's funny because I actually imagine I would probably equip Siren before Ebb. Although I guess it wouldn't matter because it was a headpiece that I was putting on. Now I can see liberating hand wraps at least carries with it the benefit of the buff. Don't even know why I'm checking these, and then I think all of these are going to boost the recovery too much, so nope, heavy cloth sandals do the trick. Cool. So we'll check some weapons. Not doing anything for the Fate Binder. Already checked here. So this would have to be the secondary ones. The Elegant Staff is shock. Okay, I don't even really need to bother with these because I'm not going to be replacing Syzygy. So if I've got a better Bane Touch staff, that's basically it. And again. Okay, so the last step will be the extra items here. So you've got Sunder's Seal. Actually, that might be good for our clear frontliner. This is more of a because I can rather than a necessity. But that at least clears me for
one moment, my friend. Just let me finish this thought. Yeah.
We'll wait for a short while.
I'll tack homeward. See you there.
I will meet you at the spire.
All right, so there's a couple things that come out of this. Actually, I guess one of the questions, or right, I was thinking of equipping the light leather vest, but I kind of like opportunist. So I have quite a bit more freedom in terms of selling off some of these items now because we've equipped the team. Right, this... Yeah, so I actually need to get the items for this stuff.
I've got it.
I actually think that's it for this one. So let's head to the other spire. This is going to be about the research. I found this in the depths of the old walls. Ah, another incredible find, Fate Binder. The scribe gingerly takes the offered document. Yes, there's these glyphs, and here, the grain of the sheet. This matches closely with the other documents we found in the old walls. Whatever that means, whether that means it was left by those who created the old walls, or by those who came later to study them, I would hesitate to conjecture. That's interesting, but can you tell me what it means? No one can simply decipher texts found in the old walls. At best, a few learned scribes can interpret the writings left in those depths to uncover lost aspects of sigils. Even that requires time and effort. This is a particularly unusual specimen. These repeated glyphs may be some manner of mathematical notation, expressing the relationships between specific values. Think fractions of a whole, for instance. Yet they seem simply listed rather than part of any equation, and at regular intervals as well. Fascinating. Please continue. It is fascinating. I'm gladdened by your appreciation. While there remains every possibility that there is some manner of ritual or mathematical proof, perhaps something even more mundane, such as a record of accounting or recipe, what the document most reminds me of is the notation utilized to record music. If anyone could shed light on this, I imagine it would be the Archon of Song. If my inkling is correct, and it's some sort of music, her special gift might provide insight. Were I you, I would avail myself of her expertise.
Good day, Fatebinder. It's always nice to see you. What do you need?
My scribe says that this parchment I found in the bastard wound may be ancient music. That's a pretty silly theory. Paper isn't music. It can't even sing, she chuckles. But here, let me see it. Maybe. She carefully supports the ancient vellum in the inner small hands. If it's notation, it's unlike anything I've ever seen, though. Maybe if you took me to where you found it, there might be something that would illuminate it. Not to illuminate like scribes do with parchment, like provide insight. Whatever, you know what I meant. Let me know if you want to return to Bastard's Wound. I mean, tempting, but... What's the status of your research? I'm happy to say I've made great progress. He beams at you and exhales a welcome breath. Allow me to show you my findings. Heart's Blood can be created with access to a Spire Forge upgrade and proper materials. Okay. Drug recipe. Conduct a research to find recipes for new items. I'm trying to remember where I get my stuff.
What do we have here?
Oh. Fine. Okay, now my original intention was to go to Effigy, but I can actually see two things. I can see two things that I'd want to do first. One, I'd like to go to the dungeon from before and bring Lantry. So I think that might have been in the Rust Canyons, but I'm actually trying to remember. This is one that I might check the wiki for. And then I'm not sure if I want to go all the way back to Bastard's Wound, but if there is something for me to check out there, I don't have a problem bringing Siren instead. So, but yeah, I am going to take a second and just see for the main quest. Yep, Rust Canyons. Sorry, let me just double check something here. Sorry, I apologize. Trying to find where I got that. trying to find where I got that page, but I don't really know what to search for, so... Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I don't have a good idea about the Bastard's Wound stuff, but what I think I can do... so we'll do the Rust Canyons to get the get Lantry to get that line. And then what we'll do is we will go to Bastard's Wound, and I'm actually just going to go through the area with Siren sort of from the start, and then Effigy. So it's going to be a bit of a wait, but I don't think this was the right place.
Can't do that.
Let me just double check. You know what? How much you want to bet it's the Blade Grave I'm thinking of? Yep, there it is. No longer blast... Oh, sorry, the whole thing is the Blade Grave, but no longer blasted by the endless wind of the Edict of Storms, the Blade Grave seems an endless expanse of twisted metal spines and rough-hewn cliff sides. Life has yet to return to Stalwart. You hear no birds and glimpse no rodents. But today you make out a billowing cloud of brightly shimmering movement. It's a few hundred feet away still, but moving down the ravine towards you. So identify the cloud, retreat back down the ravine, find a nearby cave to hide in, or ask a companion about the cloud. Identify the cloud. For a moment, you think it's some kind of massive bane, a huge creature of roiling arcane malice. But then you realize it's not a single entity. You search your mind for the story's Tyr's fauna when you recall the chrysalis, winged insects that travel in swarms. The chrysalis are pests, known to burrow into trees, ships, and homes to lay their eggs. Consider the massive deforestation of Stalwart by the Edict of Storms. One wonders what this swarm has been eating these days. Small parasitic insects with broad, brightly colored wings, chrysalis often swarm in search of food. They use sharply hooked and hollow legs to affix themselves to their prey and feed. If left undisturbed, a female chrysalis excretes a quickly hardening viscous substance from her abdomen, cocooning herself into her host before injecting her eggs into her victim's flesh. While generally harmless to animals, chrysalis cause significant damage to homes and ships alike. Stories also warn of chrysalis swarms during times of famine. Though they prefer plants, anecdotes claim that they will prey on animals when necessity requires. Find a nearby cave to hide in. The swarm slowly approaching, you search out one of the caves that riddles the sides of the ravine. Carved from the stone by Kairos' incessant winds, the walls of the narrow fissure rise and fall like waves of a frozen sea. You work your way carefully among the rocks as the baleful buzz crescendos. Through the gap behind you, you make out a turbid fog of shining carapaces. A few insects break from the swarm, alighting on the stone near you. Their wings boast symmetrical, pearlescent swirls, and their mandibles, sharp enough to shear through wood, chitter in mesmerizing syncopation. After what feels like the better part of an hour, the last of the insects vanish, leaving you alone in the ravine, the song of the swarm still humming in your ears.
Count on it.
Right. On it. Sorry, I can't.
So what I'm thinking I'll do with Siren is we will sort of switch her out for the... I also need to remember where the thing I wanted to do with Lantry was. Yeah, what I'll do is I'll basically take it from the very start for Siren. And if I don't find anything, fine, but basically we'll kind of treat it like it's Bastard's Wound from the very beginning. And what I'll, like, basically I'll take it from that, the part where we encountered some of the Scarlet Chorus, and then we'll just sort of move room to room. And if nothing presents itself, fine, you know, it happens. Alright. Now I am noticing... I mean, I won't say no. What does this thing want? Bonus on frost, minus on fire.
Can't do it.
Okay, still no luck. Although maybe this is what we were looking for Lantry. Okay. So, clearly not what we were looking for. Well, that or I missed the key somewhere else, but that's why we're looking through it. Glowing rune. This rune shimmers in front of the wall, sustained by unknown magic. Learn the rune and incorporate it into your spells.
Right.
Okay. I don't know if there's much else for me to interact with, but we will just check out the remaining parts of the level. I'm also curious. Okay, so it looks like battle stances stay. So here we'll just sort of take a peek, see what we can find, and then because this, I think there was only one item. Like I consciously remember this was sort of the first dungeon where I was thinking, okay, it's a shame that I wasn't. Oh, it's a shame I wasn't able to do that thing with Lantry, but I believe this was the only one where I didn't actually activate the rune. Now I am rather curious about, much like the what I'd seen in Bastard's Wound, I do kind of wish I could open up all the various rooms. But I'm assuming if I was meant to go there, I would be able to. I'm also a little curious why Verse, actually, and the Fatebinder for that matter, are so underleveled. I'm home!
Good day, Fatebinder. It's always nice to see you. What do you need? Well then, let's go.
Okay, so
I will return to our holdfast at once.
not my normal choice, but it's kind of the best I have. So yes, Cairn's Passage. Unless I'm supposed to go to the area before. Nah, this is close enough. Oh, and we finished the recipe too.
You hear this too, right?
Siren lightly presses her palm into the stone.
It feels like he left it for me. A message.
A message? Oh, sorry. She tries to press an ear to the stone, succeeding only in knocking her headdress against it. A message?
There's some meaning in the music, I think.
She shakes her head. Siren pulls a crystal from the formation and slips it among her belongings. It slides free without effort. Okay, that kind of feels like that might have been it, but... Actually, you know what? This strikes me as the sort of thing that would be nice to see. Siren Dard's Wound Song. Huh. Okay, you need to have visited Cairn's Passage, interacted with the stones there, and then found the ancient Old Walls parchment in the Old Walls and given it to Siren for its inspection. Oh.
Fatebinder, about that parchment we found. I was definitely right about it being music. It'll take a little while to fully understand. The relationship between tones are universal, but tempo and volume vary. Just because the notation looks intuitive doesn't mean it is. If I'm right about what's on this page, though, it's related to that humming stone Cairn left for me. Not that I have any idea what that could mean.
Maybe a previous Archon of Stone wrote the parchment?
Or some musty old dirt mystic, like an ancient earthshaker. Whatever the truth, interpreting this may help me better understand my abilities.
She fails to hide a mischievous grin. May I see those for a moment? Destroy them. I look forward to finding out what you uncover.
When I figure this song out, you'll be the first to hear.
She strides away, focused on the parchment. Okay, so I've sort of cheated a little bit with that, but we will switch it out and head back to, I guess, Vendrian, or the Mountain Spires, where I want to go. No, hang on. I want to go to the library first. Thought that was Latry.
What is it you need? Of course.
I will meet you at the spire.
Okay. So seems to me like this is the point where we go to Effigy. The alternative would be to rest up at the Mountain Spire, but I think for our status right now, so stand together, stand tall, focused. I mean, we don't have the rest bonus, I guess, but yeah, we get that until next rest. And then all right, I think the time has come for me to upgrade a few of my spells. So let's focus on the range ones for a start. So we've got the Sigil of Frost, so I can do Focused Intent. Yeah, so I like the idea of the focused attack. That will keep. I'm actually slightly curious. So 2640 versus 10 to 15. Okay, so it also feels like the distant impact just does more damage. So boost to intensity. Now this is where it gets a little interesting. So we could do Spell Surge, accent that causes spells to reduce recovery for a short time after being cast. Interesting. Or Sigil of Frostfire, accent that fuses the elements of frost and fire together. So I'm curious if that's... You know, I kind of prefer the idea... So I do like the idea of being able to cast quite rapidly. Frostfire is kind of interesting because... I'm assuming it's the best of both? Yeah, it does say Mage Fire. think I'm still going to go for the quickness, though. Okay, so I can add range. I can boost accuracy. I can reduce the cooldown. Interrupt is definitely tempting for just about any of these. We'll go for the extra range first. Okay, so all the accuracy, just shy of what I... Okay, I will definitely take that. Now this seems pretty straightforward now. Piercing through their targets. So I think for the melee stuff, I'm going to say, let's not worry about the range. I will make it an interrupt. That's as far as I'm going to get, so... What did I get wrong here? 80? There's got to be something I can add. Okay, right, so... Looks like it's extra range or nothing. At least until I get a little more lore. So be it. Okay, and then I get a nice free slot. Oh dear. Okay. I'll worry about that later. Now what I'm going to take care of is, so Verse has 66. So 80 is too much there, but I figure we can at least boost the range. Makes a lot of sense that Barrack keeps Spectral Blur. The strength makes sense here. Not quite sure why... Oh yeah, the range would be if I applied it to someone else, but I don't think that makes sense. Not opposed to changing the recovery. And then Spell Surge would make that out of reach for Barrack. Okay, now Lantry I'm going to need... Oh, you know what? Here we go. Okay, we can do this here. So, first of all, range seems to be the best option here. Yeah, you know what? That's sufficient. I'm curious, if we've got 100 and we can add the 29 on here. Chain's too much. Okay, now Sigil of Illusion. I can probably make that further. Through targets. That's tempting. Chain's even more. Ooh, hang on. Okay, so if we chain this thing, yeah, that's. You know what? That's almost worth getting rid of the range. So if there's something that's. Yeah, I'm giving up a lot for this, but I actually think this is the way to go. Okay. So the last step here is to make a brand new sigil. So this is, the question here is, what do I want the fate binder to work with? So for the basis of this, it could be frost, fire, illusion, force, life, or emotions. So the energies evoked by the sigil of emotions both fortify and undermine the mental humors, creating passions in the target ranging from apathy to blinding rage. I think let's try force. So if we do distant impact, so concussive bolt, crush damage, bombard distant target with concussive force, the force of the impact dazes and interrupts. Sounds to me like the qualities we want. Okay. I did that and got rid of this. Sure, let's try. And then Lantry's got 20 to play with, so we can probably add this. And then finally, we'll do a little something for Verse. So Verse can probably get away with Sigil of Emotions. So Enrage Mind, cause an ally to fly into a furious rage. The ally gains the effects of the enraged affliction, the end of which they return to their former. So Enraged recovery is reduced by 25, health increased by 15, and will reduced by 15. Not crazy about that. So Taunting Jest, Firebolt of Harassive Energy, filling the target with hatred and taunting them to attack. Now that's definitely something that I can see Barrack using. So boosts damage, but I don't think damage is quite what I need here. The chain is preferable, but it asks too much. So interrupt's also tempting, but again, we need to limit this to Barrack's capabilities. So okay, so Verse should be still more combat oriented. Feel we can do better. I mean, I guess we can just do another concussive bolt with Verse. It's not the most inspired choice, but at least it gives us something to work with. Okay, so I think we are finally ready to go to Effigy. I may want to call it here, though. I'm almost, I'm about 45 minutes over where I normally would be. And given that we, you know, again, we're at extinguishing the flames, I don't think it would hurt to... what does the quest ask of us? Merrick leads a group of disfavored, oathbound in the burning library and may be able to help you. Though Ash lost contact with him in the recent weeks, travel to Merrick's last known location at Effigy and gain his assistance if possible. So yeah, I think I'm actually going to leave it here, just because I imagine we'll get the next part of this quest when we finally land in Effigy. But overall plan. So again, we've kind of gotten all of the side material done, so I imagine at the minimum we'll be going to Effigy and then the Burning Library entrance. I don't know what it takes to finish Act 2, which we're currently in. But once that's done, again, it does say that the game ends rather abruptly, so I don't know how much more we have to go. But I am kind of curious to see... Oh yeah, sorry, there is one more thing I want to do. I need to find a merchant, though. And it's probably not here. Just want to make a bit of money. Okay, so armor-wise, let's say... I'm actually going to get a little more strict on what I'm selling. The fact of the matter is, most of these heavy items... I'll keep the purple stuff, maybe? But I really only have one character that's ever going to be equipping... these heavy items. I mean, that obviously that was a pretty heavy purge of my inventory, but that is kind of the idea here. So this one's going to be a little more difficult. Essentially what I'll say, once I have more than 2 of a given item, that's when I'll get rid of it. So I believe I already have an iron great axe. And these are the tricky ones because I don't know what my... All right. I'm probably keeping too much here, but... Doing pretty well cash-wise, though, so... Oh, I messed up. I didn't want to... I wanted to pick up the stuff at the... Oh, crap. Then I didn't... I think I'll just eat the 15 minutes because I really do not want to go through that inventory again. Yeah. That was my bad. I mean, the other answer would be, is it really that important to get these provisions that I never use?
Right.
But I want my loot. Okay. Now we are well and truly done. So, overall plans, like I said, we've got... I don't know, I think we're in good shape party-wise, or at the very least, the things that I want to improve about the party, i.e. levels, those are something that I can't directly affect. I can only affect through continuing to play the game. The quest in front of us is Effigy, so we will head there. I'm assuming that's going to be what opens up the Burning Library entrance, and the game will... I'm really not sure if it's going to give me a few sort of little side quests like it did in Bastard's Wound and a couple of other things, or it might just want me to sort of step kind of one section at a time through the Burning Library. One way or the other, that should get us another spire to work with. And yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll take it from there and see where it goes. Although curiously, I guess the two spires seem to be in the Stone Sea, so maybe I should have gone there instead. I don't know. But I would say it's a good time for me to stop talking because I've kind of been babbling the last little while. So thank you everybody for hanging out. It's not that late, although it's later than I was expecting. So let me see who we've got online. I do plan on... Oh, wonderful. We've got Revived Snow online tonight, and she is playing Darktide. But yeah, so I don't know. I'm still having a good time with Tyranny, so I will probably do that again on Monday. I'm a little conscious of the fact that I have been mainlining this game and I have a pretty uneven performance inside of it. So if I feel like I can wrap it up in reasonably good time, I'll just wrap that all. I'll get it done in the short, like over a few streams. And if I feel like it'll take longer, if I feel like the game's dragging on a little bit, I will try to split things up with Cyberpunk and such. But again, I don't mind it, and this is definitely my effort to try and learn the CRPG style, so I hope it's fun to join me on the journey. Revive Snow is a camless, voiceless streamer, uses a VTuber avatar and text-to-speech, currently playing, I believe, some co-op Warhammer 40k Darktide. And lots of fun to hang out, and I've actually been doing some Space Marine too, so apparently it's a big Warhammer 40k kick right now. I will leave you in their capable hands. I hope you have a wonderful evening, and we will see you Monday. Until then, take care.